demanding, and have a humbling effect. At the core of the spiritual death and rebirth is an ethical way of life. The shaman acquires direct knowledge from direct experience, and from this can come the opening of compassion and the awakening of empathy in the healer. One must beware of unearned wisdom. The world of nature, humans, and spirits are all reflections of each other. The cosmos has awareness and feeling. The shamanic worldview acknowledges a kinship among all aspects of nature and is a channel for the knowledge of the primordial ancestors, Grandfather Fire, Grandmother Growth, Father Sun, and Mother Earth, among others. These reside in the realm of gods beyond space and time. They are among us and yet unspeakably far away. Ceremony and sacrifice can be regarded as attempts to re-establish the mystical unity of paradise. We were all born from the spirit, and once we have lived, we will return to the spirit. The shaman knows that he is a spirit that seeks a greater spirit. The sacred awareness of the universe is codified in song and dance, poetry and tale, carving and painting. For the shaman, art allows one to attain some degree of control over the unknown and mysterious forces that structure our world. Through these acts, the shaman momentarily awakens people from the nightmare of sickness to the promised dream of paradise, converting the profane into the sacred. The shaman is not afraid of the universe, but feasts on its forces, while allowing its forces to feast on him. The inner figures whisper, "Fear not," yet the dreams and visions are in general horrifying. However, it is only through traversing darkness that light gains its importance. After destruction comes instruction. We must balance the terror of being alive with the wonder of being alive. Eliade views the shaman's role as a healer who practices archaic techniques of ecstasy. The art of ecstasy is a timeless primary phenomenon. It is to stand outside oneself without ceasing to be oneself. The psychological experiences of rapture are fundamental to the human condition, and hence known to the whole of archaic humanity. The shaman portrays his adventures through the ecstatic actions of trance, chanting, drumming, and dance. Entheogens, generating the divine within, have also been used for thousands of years in sacred and ritualistic contexts. The shaman performs the journey physically while undertaking it on the spiritual realm. Thus, art becomes a living expression of the visionary realm, revealed and made known through performance. The venerated images of the awakened psyche are communicated as living symbols in the process of inner spiritual transformation. Order is imposed on chaos, form is given to psychic confusion, the journey finds its direction. Through creative expression, the human condition is elevated, mythologized, and, at last, collectively understood. The shaman, however, does not allow other more powerful beings to take full possession of him. He does not lose his composure and is not fractured in the manner of subjects characterized as schizophrenic. Volition and control are the keys to this distinction. Von Franz writes of the shamans, "They are not possessed by these powers, except during a short voluntary trance state. They do not lose their normal status as human beings, but they acquire knowledge concerning the powers of the beyond, of the unconscious, and are thus able to function as prophets and healers, and in many regions also as the artists and poets of their tribes." From the standpoint of modern depth psychology, the shamanic experience amounts to undergoing an invasion of the collective unconscious and dealing with it successfully. The shaman functions as a mediator between the human and the divine, giving meaning to human suffering. Out of this myth of healing emerges a transcendent relationship to the celestial realm with the particular culture, whereby health could triumph over illness, and a vision of harmony can take place for the person who seeks the shaman's services. Jung sought to cure the soul of the sick and help them strive towards wholeness, which is true health. Similar to traditional shamans, Jung wanted to establish a relationship between the sacred and the mundane through our numinous relationship with the archetypes of the collective unconscious. In fact, the path of the shaman coincides with what Jung calls the process of individuation. To be in a situation where there's no way out, or to be in a conflict where there's no solution, is the classical beginning of individuation. If one is humbled by this, the superiority of the ego is knocked out, allowing the unconscious to flow into one's life. Jung distinguished himself from psychotherapies that sought to relieve the patient of these same visions and deities who were considered abnormal and neurotic. From an early age, Jung noticed that he had two personalities. Personality number one was involved with everyday tasks and his life as a young schoolboy. Later, it was involved with his intellectual and rational endeavors as a psychiatrist. Personality number two, on the other hand, was a part of himself remote from the world of men, close to nature, dreams, and the numinous. He writes, "At times I feel as if I'm spread out over the landscape and inside things, and am myself living in every tree, in the splashing of the waves, in the clouds, and the animals that come and go, in the procession of the seasons." Philemon was Jung's wise old man and spirit guide who personally incarnated this second personality. The two personalities are always in opposition, but in the end trying to synthesize and transform to a new level of paradox. Eventually, they cross-fertilize one another to evolve a creative myth of healing, which Jung called analytical psychology. Between the years 1913 and 1916, Jung experienced what the shamans would call loss of soul. He called it his confrontation with the unconscious, experiences that brought him close to death. He experienced an invasion of the collective unconscious and penetrated through its core to the self. This initiation into the realm of darkness was at the same time the defining moments of his life. It was not madness, but a conscious and deliberate psychological experiment, which he recorded in his private journals known as the Black Books, whose notes form the contents of the Red Book. My soul, where are you? Do you hear me? I speak. I call you. Are you there? I have returned. I am here again. After long years of long wandering, I've come to you again. Jung's life task was to bring the greatest possible amount of light into the darkness. For Jung, the psychologist is a healer of the soul, who facilitates the healing process that consists in bridging the psychic dichotomy at root in the individual, so that the cure would grow naturally out of the patient himself. As Jung writes, the patient must be alone if he is to find out what it is that supports him when he can no longer support himself. Only this experience can give him an indestructible foundation. No rational arguments and no pep talks can stir up conscious willpower to encourage the depressed person to step forward into the future. It is evident that the patient has no idea what to do. One must accept this situation. Finding a way out is beyond one's rational powers. Only the irrational soul, with its transcendent function, can find a way forward. Only the experience of soul, the discovery that one has a soul, and can even become one's soul, offers any solution for a loss of soul. Jung cured patients with mental illness who were considered lost causes, and some of his patients have said that he was the only analyst who could analyze dreams without hearing them, as if he could, at times, stare right into their souls. Jung, however, rarely identifies as a healer. He was a man concerned and affected by his patients, helping them cope with life without passing judgment on their final decisions. The doctor is effective when he himself is affected. It is here that Jung's model of dialectical exchange between analyst and patient is significant. Someone who has not acceded to the depths of the unconscious and seen there the ways of all spirits of sickness can hardly possess enough real empathy for the serious psychic suffering of his fellow human beings. He will only treat them by the textbook without ever being able to empathize with them. And this is often the key factor for patients. The therapist who is unable to overcome his own dark night of the soul will be less likely to help his patient with it. He will know the theory well, but not how to put it into practice. Von Franz writes, when the training of a future therapist remains hung up in discussion of personal problems, in my experience, that person never turns out to be an effective therapist later on. Only when he has experienced the infinite in his own life has his life found meaning. Otherwise, it loses itself in superficialities. And we might add, then such a person can only offer others something superficial, good advice, intellectual interpretations, well-meaning recommendations for normalization. It is important that the therapist dwell inwardly in what is essential, then he can lead the patient to his own inner center. In the process of healing, we seek to unite the fragmented parts of ourselves so as to become whole. We are born integrated, we disintegrate, and we have to reintegrate. Wholeness only has meaning when we reunite our fragmented self. As Jung stated, only the wounded physician heals. This is the secret myth of the Greek healing goddess Clepias, which in its essence touches upon the archetype of the wounded healer, the central archetypal pattern of healing at the deepest level. The shaman is the wounded healer par excellence, and this archetype comes from shamanic experience. The shaman is the great specialist in the human soul. He alone sees it, for he knows its form and its destiny.
The wealth of this world isn't in the ground, it's all around us. The Na'vi know that, and they are fighting to defend it. If you want to share this world with them, you need to understand them.
You know, they never even wanted us to succeed. They bulldozed a sacred site on purpose to trigger a response. They're just fabricating this world to get what they want.
Can't believe that. That's how they do it. When people are sitting on shit you want, you make them your enemy. And then you justify them taking it.
In order to fight a war legitimately, you have to keep the morale high. It means one side has to know that they're fighting on the side of God and truth and what's right. Once one side or the other becomes aware that they have no backing and purpose for what they're doing other than following orders, the morale drops. They don't want to fight no more. They don't want to kill for the orders of the slave leader. So they start to neglect their duties and obligations. You know, at some point, the power dynamic flipped after 9/11. If you look in the history of the Middle Eastern War, the troops started coming back telling everybody that it's bullshit like they always do. So the morale dropped. You're not going to ever be able to win a war over there now because we all know who's lying and who's not. It doesn't even matter who we align with and who we like culturally or societally. We know one side is doing war for profit. We know the other side's being invaded. And they're using certain means to get that done, certain ideologies and propaganda to get that done. But anything that you can come up with that's come from the mind of man can be defeated by the mind of man. A minimalist force can have a maximum effect if they understand the lay of the land, the psychology of human beings, and how to do asymmetrical warfare. You got folks who've been running through the mountains all their life. You ain't going to be able to do nothing with them. They're going to have the high ground. Every time you go up that mountain, they're going to be off to the next one. They're going to fight you guerrilla warfare style. You'll fight a 20-year war and get nowhere, just like they did with Afghanistan. They know the lay of the land. They can sit in a cave all day, every day while you're uncomfortable. They can use the minimalist amount of equipment to have the maximum effect. You'll never stop them. You'll never end that war till you leave. So you have to kill everybody or leave. And that's exactly the way they plan to continue to fight for a reason, because they know the alternative is slavery. We're not going to get slaved by a bunch of infidels who are going to genocide us. We'd rather fight to the last man, guerrilla warfare style, and do it from a spiritual perspective. They're fasting, they're eating minimal, they're praying when they're not fighting, and they're ready to die when you folks want to come play games. The Afghanis don't seem concerned. They can't be beaten yet. The Americans are losing money, they're losing equipment, they're losing morale, they're losing their minds. And the Afghanis just lit up another bowl of hash and just reloaded another RPK. What about the drones? What about this? What about that? What about it? Do you think the Afghanis give a fuck about drones? They're sitting there with 10 ounces of hash, thousands of rounds of ammo with guns from 40 years ago, and they're just waiting and wishing you fly a drone over and do something. They don't care. What else are they going to do except sit in a simulation with their family and farm and deal with a bunch of infidel slaves? What else is left? Wake up, dummies. True Islamics don't do war. They do war on you when you invade. The problem is you keep invading them and then crying when they go to war. Pretty simple. Don't invade them. They won't go to war. And let's be real. These beings are using the modern equivalent of bow and arrow, and you folks still can't get it done. I don't give a fuck if I'm an American and got United States Corporation running all over. I say it's going to be me next. You're going to do to me what you're doing to them. Invade their communities, tell them they're the enemy, and start taking families out of the homes and looking for guns, weapons, and activity of terrorism. The same thing they did on Katrina. Does anyone remember? You think I'm going to side with a group that's terrorizing the world when they've already terrorized us? Absolutely not. All of life should be lived preparing to die. This is a spiritual, metaphysical / physical simulation arena. You're not a human. You're having a human experience. You're a spiritual being first, but you're here to use the body, not identify with it. If you ain't using the body to challenge and test and go past fears, you're fucked.
Greetings, folks. We're back at it. Brian O'Shea, what were you up to back there? Bringing your second version of you in and out, interrupting the video. What was that?
You didn't read the private chat? I'll read it for you. I was trying to restream to my channels as usual, yet I seem to be unable to now that I'm admin. So I was kind of annoyed that I couldn't do what Sean's doing. And
that makes sense. So I make you admin and you lose abilities. Okay. I don't know why that would be the case, but just another example of StreamYard's amazing user-friendly platform. So what do you have going on, Mr. Brian O'Shea?
This morning I spent most of my time on this dude Trigonometry's channel. I was doing the black thing, black paneling. Got into it with them a little bit. Then OTW showed up. I don't know. Kind of fell off the rails. They were getting boring. But yeah, that's what I was up to this morning. Just doing some black paneling.
Yeah, more colorism crap. More folks obsessed with skin color.
Yeah, you know, I obviously my titles and sometimes the way I come into the stream, I try to do something for the sake of conversation, but they tend to dwell on it way too long when I'm clearly not. You know, once I start talking and start getting real and start talking about rights and freedom and what I've been doing, they tend to try to circle back. Yeah.
Right. We're in 2024 and we're in almost complete slavery and genocide worldwide. Arguably, we're already there. And they're like just in a tizzy because Brian O'Shea might say that black bitches love him. We're losing our minds over this. We don't know what to do.
Right. Yeah. They could say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they could say certain things, but I can't. You know, they might be able to say that exact sentence. Black bitches love me. Or even the word black. It's interesting. I just say black. Like the other day in Talcott, the black woman.
Yeah, black has become a pejorative term. So now anytime you say black, you're automatically like being evil and racist. Can't do it.
Right. I was talking to him also about my arrest and slavery and the private and the public. I don't know. Ironically, talking to people about it sort of helps me understand it better in some instances. But I was trying to go down that road with them too, and they seem to, I don't know, they seem to be defiant or condescending. I don't know. To be honest, it just gets boring sometimes. I mean, some of the conversations are better. Like when me and you had like 8 black men up on the panel that one day, I think we were making some headway to get somewhere at some point. But sometimes it seems like you don't really get it. It's a little boring. So
yeah, the black folks are doing this thing that a lot of women are doing nowadays, where they go, "Please talk to us how we asked you to talk to us," and then if you do it, they don't respect you anyway. And then if you just be authentic and genuine, they respect you, but they get triggered. So then you become the narcissist, right? It's like this game that they're like folks are doing, this like power game. Yeah, it's interesting thing to observe that folks are not aware of themselves and how life works, and that even if you get what you want, oftentimes you don't get what you need. So you wind up not even really fulfilled by the experience anyway. It's like, avoidance and ignorance is really not the answer. It's better to just address whatever the elephant in the room is, and then move past it. I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's quite fascinating. I mean, I don't know. I could say things that would seem racist or seem triggering. Uh, like
Yeah,
there's
all
just
it really amounts to is a hypersensitivity. Folks are hypersensitive. They're looking for racism and hate and oppression everywhere. So much so through the lens of color, they see it everywhere and completely ignore all the other places that everyone's oppressed, repressed, depressed, and really lacking impression in the sense of being influential or introspective, retrospective. Basically conscious and aware. So they want to reduce an argument of conscious awareness and classism down to colorism, and it's really just low level, uh, you know, understanding or lack thereof at this point.
right. Um, yeah, like my latest thing is I'm trying to trigger with by saying that blacks are very strong and whites are very wise.
Blacks are very strong, and whites are what?
Wise, as like a general blanket sort of Linda type statement of like if you look at that pro sports, blacks dominate with physical strength. Whites are
You're
the only.
basically doing the Jimmy the Greek speech that he did before it all came down on him, where he said that blacks had an extra bone in their ankle. That's why they're better at sports.
Right.
Brian the Greek.
But I'm really into that Linda book. And
I get what you're saying. If we were to look at tendencies of ethnicities or cultures, or the biologies, because I don't think race is an actual. I think it's a construct that is not a part of our actual existence. So there may be deviations in the ethnic human experience, so to speak. The different ethnicities. I guess you could say traditionally, although not so much. I mean, again, while you try to see that the differences and speak that within that statement, well, then you'll become aware that it's not so much the case, right? There's always a crossover. There's always exceptions to what you see as the rule or the stereotype. So, but yeah, I see, what you're doing there in the sense of, the African ethnicity being more of a physical culture, I guess you could say, more of a physical specimen. The European being more of a metaphysical specimen, I guess you could say, where they're more domineering. But again, this is like purely stereotyping, um, because there's always crossover, right? When we look at human beings and their culture and ethnicity, you know, on the table or aside, it's all one experience, as far as I can tell, right?
Because my latest trigger is that there's a wise sort of general of an army. Whatever they said with the Civil War. I guess it's a story and a movie was made about Glory. I think the name of the movie's Glory, where there's a white leader of a black army. I think it was in the South, maybe the North South Confederate Army, whatever it was. And so I had this thing where it's like, yeah, there's if things go to shit in the near future, the supply chains run out to the stores with food, back to the land, back to some physical things. That there's going to be natural leaders that evolve, and I was saying that if a black man seems to have the discernment and the wisdom, then in my book he would get to be the leader in my community, whatever group or community that I'm involved with. So it's like, I throw these generalizations out, but yeah, like you're talking about the crossover, it's not like I'm not willing I wouldn't be willing to allow a black man to be the leader if he has the wisdom. But
Well, yeah, I mean, we kind of see this. I guess if you want to, reduce this to some kind of archetypal scenario, it'd be the Mike Tyson Customato phenomena, where you have an extremely strong, agile physical specimen who almost needs the complementary metaphysical guidance or teaching in order to complete the circuit, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you're going to reduce this down to color, blackness and whiteness. If we have to play that game, well, then that's pretty much an example of, I think, the idea of what you're talking about there. There
yeah,
isn't. Yeah, go ahead.
And I'll even take it further. It's like the way I look at it. Once again, I just gonna keep bringing up the Orlinda. Like the blacks would have their physical strength. Like, say something goes wrong in the near future, right? Then we'd have the yellows and the browns. So you could look at them as like Mexicans or Chinese people, whatever, because they dominate the industry, the workforce. They could build things, say. So they would be out gardening in the fields, like your man Roman or whatever his name is, that off the land, Romero. You know what I mean? So it's like, I know I'm throwing all these colors in there, but there may be truth to it. But then but I'm also willing to say, hey, if maybe I'm going to be the guy in the field, or I'm the strong person, whatever it is. Like, I'm willing to mix it up, but if you look at the world, that is kind of how it is. Like, China is the industry leader; they make all the shit. So, like, ideally, like, you take the noble, virtuous of these different color groups in the near future, if everything falls apart, and I don't know, it could follow the story of the Orlinda. The whites would be the wise people leading the strong blacks and the industrious yellows and browns. I mean, that might trigger people, but it's kind of how I see it. And I'm willing to be fluid and dynamic with it, but I don't know if you go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of then creates an inclusive dynamic. If we're forced to divide folks up by tendency, then it seems exclusive, but it's actually inclusive, because what it's saying is that all of the shades of people have something different to bring to the table to complete as a human race, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to take that approach, it's similar to what I've laid down here, where part of my spirit, I guess, was called to try to speak life and truth into the spirit of quote unquote young black males in certain communities, because I understand that they're already at war with themselves and each other, right, for these blocks and these colors. And the reality of it is they have physically and metaphysically exactly what they would need if they could embody self-mastery to stand on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and actually get something done here as Americans. So that concept of what you just put forth is pretty much that, right? If you're going to reduce me or identify me, Irish and Italian with whiteness, well then, this on the ground experience and the understanding is what would be put forth to bring, quote unquote, black and brown communities, beyond the poverty line and into rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and be true Americans and honorable men and women. Right now, it's not to say that folks aren't already doing that of those colors, right? That's why I don't like to, make a completely objectified, broad sweeping statement, because there's subjective elements here. I guess we're going with the tendencies and the stereotypes of certain places and certain folks based on, I guess you could say, class or ethics, culture. Again, I mean, the reality of it is you take one group of folks color at a time, and you realize, that it's all the same idea, because you go back far enough in history, and each quote unquote color of people has great men and women who were leaders, who understood self and the universe and universal law, and were amazing communicators. So, I don't feel a need to categorize the quote unquote ethnicities, races, whatever you want to call it. I don't believe in the race. I believe in the human race. And what this experience taught me is that any body of any color is able to achieve a certain state of consciousness and awareness of self and the dynamic to know what to do next, not only for themselves, but for others. That's not bound by color or class or really anything else. Believing in that will bind you, is what it seems to me. Believing in the ideas of colorism, classism, culture, society is what will bind you, right? In order to free yourself and others, you have to free yourself of false conceptualizations. It's life on life's terms, not on our terms based on a cultural bent or political bent.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Still going to lean on it, but there's something to it, something to the colors. But like I said, I'm open-minded and willing to be fluid and dynamic. But objectively, I think we just keep circling on the same. I think I'm repeating myself.
This is kind of a bizarre comment. Black folks would be fine without trap, mumble rap music, and gangbanging. So you're gonna blame issues in any community on the forms of entertainment and media that are promoted there, right? As if art is not imitating life. No, life is imitating art. When does that begin and end? Where does that concept start and end? Like, what comes first, the chicken, the egg, or the black hole?
I'll approach it from a more triggering thing. Play my role here, the resident racist, I guess, or whatever. But, like, I think black people are sort of susceptible to being manipulated in a way to where, if you could say this is the Department of Defense that introduced these things in the community, crack, that type of music, the way it's, sort of weaponized in terms of the drill culture slide. The slide means you're going to get in your car and do a drive-by drill.
Right, but the reason it's effective is because on both sides, white and black, you got a whole generation of men raised by women who are emotional and hypersensitive. They're not as logical or tempered or disciplined. So the folks on both sides would only be susceptible to this dynamic of suggestibility and manipulation if they were highly emotional and sensitive and able to be misled based on their feelers.
Right, which is another manufactured thing with the introduction of welfare. So it's like, yeah, the white man like introduced these things to black people. Yeah, because at one point the blacks were very strong. They were God-fearing people. Father and mother were in the home. They were gaining power. There was a deliberate actions taken to, with the whole welfare thing, encouraging the man to be out of the home, weaponizing music and different things.
Right. And then at some point we go, everyone's being psyoped, everybody's being manipulated and suggested into slavery and genocide. Everyone's being taught to vote, white, black, brown, indifferent. At some point in the journey, you have to stop all the excuses and you have to take personal accountability and responsibility and break the cycle, right? You have to undo the generational curse. So it's fine if we want to discuss all this stuff to come to an understanding of cause and effect and why these things are happening. It doesn't go over well when it becomes an excuse or a justification for why motherfuckers can't be what they're meant to be here now today. And that's just all I always come back to, right? Is a lot of folks on all sides want excuses and justifications, white, black, brown, yellow, indifferent. I don't give a fuck about the color of human. Human consciousness is still human consciousness. Most folks want excuses and justifications to never have to rise to the occasion to be who and what they're meant to be. And that's fine. You want to bullshit yourself and everyone else? Just fucking accept that that's what it is. There is going to be no other answer for where this goes other than what you do, be, and create or not. The reparations ain't coming. The segregation maybe is coming, based on what we're seeing more and more on this land and with the bullshit politics. We're liable to go backward in reverse.
Yeah, the blacks, in my opinion, and the browns and the yellows, they should adopt a form of racism and reverse themselves and be like, there's something to these stereotypes. And, rather than say, oh, the white man, like seek out the wise white people and get like someone like you. I don't know how to phrase all this stuff, but I mean, it is all personal accountability, and it shouldn't come down to colors, but there is something to the colors in generalizations. And these last 3 years, the way color groups have responded, what has happened in these truth communities, what colors are in these truth communities, and people who are quote unquote woke and red pill or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, there's something to it. As a resident racist, I'm going to keep standing firmly on these things, with the idea that also, you know, there is no, you know, it's not good to play the victim, and it does come down to individual responsibility, but there's something to these optics, in my opinion, as the resident racist.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, there's always certain stereotypes, tendencies, political ideologies, beliefs, reactionary spaces that come across, you know, that translate. Color aside, you know, this is a human condition. This is a human experience before it ever trickles down into the illusion of manifestation, color wise. I mean, it's just beyond foolishness at this point. You know, folks are just they're constantly missing the miracle and the mystery, caught in the illusion of manifestation. It's just everywhere. It's not even about race. It's about religion, spirituality, politics, banking. They're constantly missing the miracle, the mystery, right? The machinations, as Jack likes to say. That's his new word. You know, they're just too caught up in what the fuck they're shown, the manifestation. They're just too focused on the mask to see what's behind it in every situation. Why would color be any different than politics, religion, banking? Pick something. Pick something where the average slave, color aside, doesn't look and go, oh, what I see is what it is. No, it's not. Most things are not what they seem. So, you know, ever desirous, one is caught in the manifestation. Isn't that what the Tao says? Ever desireless, one starts to become aware of the mystery. So you got a whole bunch of worldly infidels who are caught in desire, who only see the mask and the manifestation. And they can't check their feelers and their desire in order to see beyond the manifestation into the mystery and the solution.
Man, I might as well beat up on the Muslims a little bit while I'm at it. I mean, because they have a very masculine thing going on. There's something about them that is what the world sort of needs right now. And there's probably a reason why they get attacked from the Western America going out to the Middle East and stuff. However, having said that, there is a culture in there of them, grown men, you know, doing things with adolescent boys. So there's, which,
yeah, it's called toxic masculinity, toxic femininity, if we're going to use some of the modern day parlance. So you got folks culturally basically caught in one dynamic or the other because they cannot walk the middle way, right? They're pulled to the black or the white.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, yeah, in America, there's a toxic femininity in the man. Maybe in the Muslim, that's toxic masculinity.
Right. And all these things seem to be just kind of blowback responses of the other. You know, you come out of a quote unquote male ego dominating world, you know, full of warfare, conquer, and expansionism. Well, over hundreds of thousands of years, the blowback response to that is going to be a hyper feminine populace, it would seem. Right? This is their way of you know, rebuking that because they feel it's not functional.
Are you including the black community, the American black community, in that, in terms of males?
Yeah, you could absolutely argue that you know, again, I'll take the argument of the most radical of some of the black activists, right? Melanated people are some of the most powerful masculine people just naturally. Okay, I'll accept that, which would precisely make sense why all of this culture and society and media manipulation is pushing toward emasculating black males, putting them in dresses, you know, like we just spoke about, giving them benefits for not having a man in the home. So yeah, we can even see in our time, right? Whatever it is, 50, 100 years, couple hundred years, just a complete program of masculinization. And again, I don't even think that it's color oriented. It may be pushed in certain communities with certain colors of people because the shaitan has identified them to be more powerful in that sense, potentially, right? So it has to be like, double down on. But this is ubiquitous. It's color aside at this point. I don't think that can be argued. That the modern day male, color aside, has been turned into a woman essentially. Not even a woman, a little girl. Because if you go back, women didn't act like this, didn't live like this, based all in their feelers, 24/7, 365, based in their fucking thoughts and beliefs and ideologies. No, they had a masculine component, the divine feminine woman. It was grounded, right? Humbleness, humility before man and the creator, right? And a grounded component. I mean, look at the males you see now on these panels, just completely grounded in the metaphysical. They don't work. They don't create anything. They're obviously spastic, uncoordinated people, and these are men, right? So it's not even like our men have been turned into women. It's like prepubescent girls at this point. You go back 1,000 years ago, a Spartan woman would probably kick the ass of the average beta male on these panels.
And
it's a domestication program.
So we've talked before about how a black in his home is going to do what he wants to do, kind of like, which would be like a masculine thing, say, as opposed to a suburban home where he kind of listens to the Karen type wife, overly masculine woman boss him around. So where does those two, so if black men are being raised by women.
But that's a cultural thing. Again, you're seeing color just like other folks are without distinguishing culture. You act as if that's not a Latino thing, an Italian thing, I mean, that's just the fucking, machismo, if you will, the bravado at times, however you want to put it. It's just certain cultures that are color aside where men don't feel like their position in any home they're going to be living in is to be subjugated by a woman and dictated to. I mean, furthermore, an equitable man understands that a woman is not there to be dictated to either. She shouldn't have to be. If a woman loves you and respects you, she's pretty much going to do what needs to be done, whether it's for you, for the house, for the bigger cause in the community. That's kind of intuitive, it would seem to me. So that's all that is that there should be a culture of the idea that the whole point your mama is supposed to teach you is when little Tommy grows up, he gets to be a man. That means he could do whatever the fuck he wants to do, as long as he's not causing loss, injury, and harm. Where does a woman's feelings come into that free expression exactly? Like, when did women become our fucking keepers and intermeddlers with who and what we are and our free expression and our growth or just our honoring of our nature?
Yeah, culture and color are sort of getting conflated, or it is a cultural thing more than a.
Well, let's be clear. In every Italian culture, you have two sides. You have the quote unquote Godfather, the kind of image that we've been put forth on TV, the strong man of honor, who's going to dictate the course of action, and a woman is pretty much going to support that or not be there. And then you have this other side of Italian culture where you got a bunch of little mama's boys, right, who can't get out of their own way because they've been raised by a woman and they've had a woman cook for them and hug on them and love them and give them all of everything they need emotionally, right? So then they go and seek that same type of devouring mama in a mate, and they wonder why their woman's going to dictate their actions inside of themselves or in their home, because they went and they went to go seek a partner that is just like their mama, a caretaker rather than a partner in life, right?
Right, and then you got a lot of people raised by a mother, and no matter how hard she tries, it's not the same as a man being there. So, like, then they're going to go to the street, as we talked about, to look for that father thing. And when you have someone doing street activities with the spirit of their mama, sort of getting in their feelers, and they're listening to the drill culture and slide music, like you get your feelers, you're going to be more prone to murder that day because you're in your feelers. Something there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about choosing life partners versus caretakers, or folks who are going to wind up governing you one way or the other. Because you exemplify that you can't do that on your own, right? It's either direct or indirect communication. The same thing we do with the courts. That's why I say woman and man is the same thing as courts. That's why we call it courting. When you establish that you're not going to drive the train and you're not going to lead and you don't know who and what you are, well, that woman's going to govern you because she's already become aware intuitively that you're not the man you need to be and you don't know how to govern yourself. You don't want a life partner. You want a fucking caretaker. You give that same woman to the next man who wants a life partner, is going to keep it all the way real. The energy and the dynamic's going to change because that man's not looking for a caretaker.
Yeah, culture is where it's at. But they want to bring up color. Like the second they see me on a panel, my color becomes a thing. Culture goes out the window. Which is exactly what they would want us to be doing, is focusing on color instead of culture.
Right, pretty much focus on every part of the manifestation of incarnation rather than the metaphysical consciousness and awareness that leads to the manifestation, right? The co-creation. That's the game. That's the game of Shaitan and all of its legions, is to keep you focused on everything but your consciousness and awareness and aligning that, and then being able to bring answers to others for their problems that they face over and over again. All right, we got more O'Shea here. We got other stuff to cover. There must be a Tard Fest going on right now because we kicked off Tard Fest hard this year, 2024. There must be like lives going on somewhere else right now. We're low on the counter. So Tard Fest is in full swing. We got, a whole bunch of folks who are now all of a sudden broadcasters and commentators, and they're truthers. They're for rights and free. They're everything. They're everything in all things. Possibly a little bit of bitterness coming through there, but such is life. I got to check that and move past that. Whoever's meant to be with me will be here for whatever their reasons are, whatever the creation's reasons are. And, for those who are here regularly, who are not here now, who want to enjoy the Tard festivities, other places, I totally support that. I have to give the freedom that I wish to receive in this life. So yeah, let's move forward, Mr. O'Shea. It is April Fool's Day, right? Hold on, let me address a couple folks here. Get this out of the way. It's been sitting there for a bit. Pedro Castillo, my easy O'Shea. You putting condoms up and shit? What is it? What's that about? Pedro Castillo, my Latino angel, says, for going through hardship, truck repair, $30K. Sir, you don't have to give me explanations, right? I'm thankful and grateful for whatever comes through here. I don't live in expectations and desire as much as possible because it leads to my own suffering, right? You've already gone above and beyond with contributions and value. If anything, I owe you at this point. That's how I truly feel about it. So, don't feel a need to explain to me. And if you got things going on in your life, don't feel beholden to contribute value to me. Everyone's got to take care of themselves and their life and their future first and foremost, right? And everything else after that is extras. And as I said, I'm always thankful and grateful. And I'm not a what have you done for me lately person. I try not to be. I mean, I used to be very selfish, right? I've tried to transition out of that. So I go, in my mind, when folks have been there from the beginning and, they show up and they get value from what I'm doing and they give value back, I'm not sitting around going, what have you done for me lately? If anything, I'm going, did I fuck something up or not live into my purpose and meaning completely and not be the best self when I don't hear from people, or if I don't see them, or they don't contribute value, I'm looking at what the fuck I could have done better, or what I should not have done, right? I'm not looking for, just implicit contribution, value, and support if I'm not doing what I need to be doing and you're not where you need to be in life, if that makes sense. JG is here now. Quickly becoming a fan favorite. Sharon Lee, I'm going to screen her. I don't think she's up to anything, but I'm going to screen just in case. Oh, she left. There you go. As soon as you say you're going to screen them, they run away, proving that maybe they were, in fact, up to something. You never know with these folks. You got to watch them. Brian O'Shea. Greg Nystrom, thank you for your contribution, sir. You're an angel. Blessing to I. As are many others. So, yeah, long as I'm doing my part, thank you, Mr. O'Shea. Mr. O'Shea, very active back there. Long as I'm doing my part, angry. What was the angry Jack face for? What was it? What was that in response?
I don't know. I like just trying. I can't see. It's tiny in my thing, so I just wanted to see it. Yeah, he looked, because it says Talcott happy, but he doesn't look very happy there.
Wow. Even in my back labels, I'm sarcastic. Right? Like how I label everything, it's a bit of satire and sarcasm. That's the happiest I've seen Jack Talcott. That one right there. When he's enacting his revenge. When he's expressing hate full on from the heart.
I called Talcott skid mark on his panel. I went on his panel and he kicked me off. He was all crazy. I was like, "Hey, what's the problem, skid mark?" He kicked me off.
Yeah, he doesn't like that. He's not a fan of that. All right, let me get to the other pieces up here. I got the Grim Hustle creature. We'll get to him. Let's see here. And I got the Castro, among other things. 7 power stolen from you by modernity. So we'll hit that. And then we got the high impact flicks report. Apparently, DeCastro went to appeal already a week in. He's got an appeal court case. From what the thumbnail looked like, it doesn't look like it's going well. Looks like he's crying and he's very upset. So we'll have to view that at some point. All right, let's get to the Grim Hustle. 7 things stolen from you. 7 power stolen from you by modernity. Wonder what that's going to be.
To finally have success in your life, you have to steal. Steal back what was stolen from you. I'm a thief. I am a war. I follow the old thief's rules of honor. What was stolen from you? Loyalty, integrity, concentration, discipline, and wealth. You are consuming social media every day, and every day it is consuming you. It is stealing you. It is stealing your soul, bratan. Steal back what is yours. Steal back the old values. Steal back your willpower. Steal back the traditions and rituals of your ancestors. Steal back their sacrifice. Steal back the hidden knowledge. Steal back the power of God, of love, and of death. Communism and Western ideology stole what is ours. They stole our power. But we are thieves. It is time to steal back what was stolen. Steal back your life, bratan. Every fucking day. Be honorable.
I think Rin stole some of Tommy's meth.
He had a look in his eye. I don't know what. Yeah, that's the thing. This Escobar guy who's with Ace, he's kind of a weird dude. Like, he hit me up and then he goes, "It's me, Jose." And I go, "The guy with the Equinox?" Because I thought he was someone that I used to work with. He goes, "Yeah." And then I realized, like, he has this whole exchange with me. And then I realized later, it's not the person I thought I was talking to on Messenger. Right. So I don't know, like, what his deal is and like what he's up to. And then Ace says he's got a question for me. And now he's like, I think this is him, isn't it? Or is this someone else? Have you ever met a white homo gorilla before? Just a question. I don't know what that means. Could you elaborate, please? Are you talking about Brian O'Shea? Like, where are we going with this? What is this now? People are retarded. It's an insult to those with disabilities. They are likely something. These people are fucking dumb as possible. They will believe in anything. Wow. Okay.
Credulous.
All right, let's move forward. I don't know what's happening here today. It's almost like the fabric of time is tearing. Time space continuum is being torn at. I guess there's a joke in there I could segue with, but I'll leave it alone. I'm sure you can figure out where I was going with the Escobar comment.
I think the white homo gorilla, I think he's talking about Sandusky.
Okay. All right, let me get to the San Joaquin Valley because we're just kind of off balance here between JG's dry humor, Brian O'Shea's muting, unmuting at the Starbucks. Just chatters down there, not at all in alignment with anything I'm doing and saying, just kind of in their own world down there. It's kind of an odd energy. We'll see where this goes. Lawsuit settlement, cop gets sentenced, San Joaquin Valley. Let's see what happened.
What's your buddy got in your car?
More slavery, huh?
What is this? Huh? What does that look like to you? You don't know? No idea, huh? What would you guess it'd be? You have no idea? Alright, I'll just tell your fucking car. That's not mine.
All right, what's up, folks? Welcome back. We have an update video for a lawsuit. We've got a sick and twisted story coming out of Minneapolis that's straight out of a movie, but unfortunately, it's way too real. The Minneapolis City Council just dropped a cool $95,000 of your tax dollars to settle a lawsuit. So check this out. There's a former cop, Ty Gendra, who was apparently on the dark side, using his badge not to protect and serve, but to score drugs and feed his addiction. This dude was pulling over people, mostly targeting black folks, under the guise of looking for narcotics. One of those he pulled over was Ramon Brown, a 30-year-old forklift driver and a dad to 4 kids who was just out to grab an energy drink one night. Brown's experience, straight up nightmare material. He's driving and suddenly lights flash behind him. Gendra pulls him over, slaps the cuffs on him, and shoves him in the back of the squad car, all while accusing him of having expired plates. But here's the kicker. Brown actually had his plates in order. They just weren't attached to the car yet. But that didn't matter to Gendra, who went on to tear through Brown's car like a tornado, leaving a path of destruction in his wake, and all this without any legit reason to even search the car. Now, this isn't just about one bad night. Gendra's been caught on body cam footage pulling similar stunts multiple times, which eventually got him booted from the force and sent to a low security lockup for a bit over 3 years. But here's the thing that gets me. This isn't just a one-off. Minneapolis is currently under the microscope for how its police interact with Black and Native American communities, and this case is like the poster child for everything that's gone sideways. The city's shelled out over $47 million in police brutality claims since the George Floyd incident, and it's clear that there's a deep-rooted problem that needs fixing. This settlement with Brown, it's a band-aid on a bullet wound. Brown's lawyer, Alicia Anderson, says they're ready to move on, hoping the city takes a hard look at its policing practices. But man, for Ramon Brown, that night in 2019 is a reminder of how quickly things can go south when those who are supposed to protect you are the ones you fear the most. This story is more than just a lawsuit settlement. It's a wake-up call, a reminder of the work still needed to ensure that justice and policing go hand in hand. It's about making sure no one else has to wonder if they're going to be the next tragic headline. Now that's something to think about. So let's watch this video. We'll pause for some comments. I'll give you my final thoughts at the end. This guy's original channel link will be in the description for you guys. Let's get right to it.
You gotta have that temp tag down, man. Temp tag needs to be down lower. 625. Why don't you sit in the car? What I do? 625. Sit in the car. Get in the car. That's expired, is it not? Well, what did I do? Sit in your car. Sit in your car. Sit in the car. All right, I'll take your license and your proof of insurance. What did I do? 65, a suspicious vehicle. You stand over there. At the BP station, 3rd Nicollet. It's unlicensed vehicle, sir. Hey, I need your license and proof of insurance. Your temp tag is expired. Can I be any more clear to you?
I got the registrations right there. That's what I was trying to tell you.
You need to have license plates on your car. Give me your license and your proof of insurance, or you're going in handcuffs.
Cops propagate that the people should just comply. And all those bootlickers out there, all those back the blue people, you know, the ones that put the blue line flags on the back of their trucks and cars, those folks will just tell you to just comply. But this man complied. He did everything he was supposed to. And this cop right here is trying to ruin his life. The next time someone says that the people should just comply, all you got to do is type in Ty Jindra. Let them look him up.
God damn. No proof of insurance.
The last squad may be at 3rd and Franklin. They don't believe there's a BP at 3rd and
Right, like all of these interactions, we've gotten so deep in that now everyone's following statute, policy, and code and claiming it's law. And then when you don't follow it, they're gonna like violate you. So, yeah, I mean, you know, how do we actually get out of this without individuals just all over not complying with statute, policy, and code because they understand it's not law? The more we accept that it is law, the more they're going to force it like it is, and there's really nowhere to go with this.
Yeah, I'm at 3rd and Franklin. All right, step on the car.
Copy.
Throw him. Translator back.
And 5050 start to Sacramento. Copy.
Why are you driving without a license, man? Huh? That's kind of stupid, isn't it?
What? You're moving freely without license to do so. That's kind of dumb. Either that or you're dumb and you're a fascist.
20 feet.
You don't have your moving papers? Yeah, this is where we're at. We're so deep into fascism now. They all think it's common law. That's kind of dumb. Not have permission from the state to move around and travel when we're supposed to be the servants and you're supposed to have all the rights and power. Kind of weird. Man, you guys are dumb.
Copy code 42257.
Yeah, it's pretty much all over, right? You got like, what, 3 to 5 years? I'll give you max 10 years. Where you don't turn this back and you don't start not complying, it's just all going away. They're going to be in your house. They're going to have like cameras on everybody in the house. They probably already do on everybody's phone. You know, and they'll just be forcing policy on everyone 24/7, 365. Because it's the law. How did George Orwell know, Jennifer? How did he know? How did they know? How did Aldous Huxley? How did they all know? They told us exactly what we're going to have. It's here. It's on its way here. It's already here. It's just expanding. What you want. This is what you all want. Don't blame policy enforcement for what the slaves all want. They want this. Oh, don't give me the hand, Talcott. They want this. You all want this. You need policy, statute, code for safety. Gotta be kept safe. Gotta vote. Gotta pay the tax. Gotta be kept safe. You want it. Public wants it. All right, Jack, easy. So I tell DeCastro, stop trying to do them any favors. The public wants their slavery. They're going ahead with it. They want it completely. Did you see the last 4 years? They love it. They want it. They're going to pay for it. Give me more. Don't fight it. Don't try to save the broken hoes from getting pimped on. When you meet a hoe, you pimp on them. That's the rules of the game.
Fucking liar.
What's your buddy got in your car? What is this?
I don't know. You just did an unlawful search.
What does that look like?
What does him not having a license have to do with his freedom from search and seizure without committing a crime? Oh, I know. Because not having a license to move now is a crime. So you just did a legal, unlawful search. Great stuff. What was your reason to believe? There you go. Now you'll just fucking tow the car. Folks are so sick of you trash. Seriously. Like, folks are just tired of you trash and your attitude. Like, this is how you do service. This is how you uphold rights. We know. You don't even understand that. You don't care to. You know, I'm now talking at a clip because it's been my experience over and over again. You know, venting again. Always venting. So, yeah, we'll completely ignore that you had no reason to search. What was your probable cause again? Reasonable articulable suspicion, probable cause to search that car? Well, we don't have a First Amendment, you know, we don't have Second Amendment anymore. We don't have, you know, Third and Fourth. I mean, what's left at this point? You know, and I get it, it's dual jurisdiction. You all contracted into public safety, body politic. I get it. I get that's their game behind the scenes. They got everybody. Where does this go, Brian O'Shea? Your thoughts? Just, you know, they're going to search you everywhere you go. You know, they're going to make sure you got all their papers, that you paid them. You know, you're under their protection racket. Where does this all go? Where do you see this all going, Brian O'Shea? Because I just see...
I frankly think that...
Whoa, was that Clausen? It cut me off. I was right in the middle of saying something.
No, sorry. I was going to warn you. I was trying to answer.
Can you hear him? Can you guys hear him?
This is my response.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough.
Now I can't hear anything. I can't hear you or Clausen. Now I got to restart.
Fuck, I think can you hear me, JG?
Yep.
No, audience hears.
Hello?
Okay, we hear you, Paul. You hear us?
Okay. Yeah. We're really cooking with gas here. You know, great platform. It's working out great. You guys are cool. You guys are pretty cool here. StreamYard, Dana, the whole thing. You were saying, Brian O'Shea, you think the crisis initiation is really tough? Is that what I couldn't hear the clip or you, but
yeah, this was my response.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States...
well, we know where that goes. It's a long clip.
I couldn't hear
it. You couldn't hear it, JJ?
Could not.
Interesting. What about
this broadcast is like finger painting with blind people. It's like you can't figure out what the point is because even if the picture came out good, no one can see it who's participating in the event. And the picture never comes out good anyway. So you really can't figure out why it even exists. Like, just imagine that idea right now. Just a finger painting class with blind people. The participants don't know what they're drawing, and it never comes out good for the people watching or the people viewing. And then it just kind of causes you to wonder, why is this even happening? Your thoughts on that, Brian O'Shea?
A lot of looping does go on here.
Precisely. Okay, where were we at? I lost my sharing ability.
Plowing ahead here.
We're watching that guy, the black man.
Oh, yeah. He's going to tow the car now because he did an unlawful search because the guy didn't have the proper paperwork, apparently, to travel around. But he didn't.
You were the one right here, weren't you? Yeah, put your hands behind your back.
Yeah. We're arresting everybody in this motherfucker. Party. Yeah. We're going to teach everybody a lesson about fascism today.
Stop it. Stop moving.
We're so deep in the contract, they just presume everybody's under it. They don't even know about it or need to on the ground. They just get trained, go to court, they say, yep, citizen slave. What do you want to do? Dismiss it or push it forward? Railroad them. We're going to railroad them and get revenue because they're so dumb and don't know what's happening, or we just dismiss this.
What's mine? Stop moving. What is mine? Stop. Okay, you can stand back there. What is mine? Get out of here. What is mine, sir? What is mine? What is mine, sir?
It's really common in this day and age to see a cop earn the hate for all cops. They ruin people's lives when they do things like this. They lose the trust of the people. Many folks think incidents like this are rare, but cops have been bullying the American people for quite a long time. Imagine what we'd see if we had access to all body cam footage throughout the country. I'm sure cops do good when they arrest criminals that create victims, but that doesn't excuse them when they do bad, and we shouldn't cover it up so to not discredit the department. We don't need policies, case laws, or other umbrellas of protection like internal investigations, police unions, and qualified immunity. If cops aren't held accountable, then the people aren't free.
Cocaine in your door? Hell no! What the fuck? Cocaine in the door? Hell no! How you say something is mine? Just relax, okay? Well, how you say something is mine?
Dude, relax.
What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, how can you say something is mine? Nothing mine. What the fuck? What is mine? Ain't nothing mine. Okay, hey, just give me 1 second and he's gonna go with you, okay? I don't like when people walk up to me.
You got cocaine in the door. And yeah, it probably came from the cops who brought it in, but that's the point. We bring it in, we take you out. Just imagine how bizarre this world is and always has been, you know. And your parents will tell you, well, like, what do you know, what's the problem? You know, like how this world works. You're not free to do anything, pretty much. You can't really do anything anymore. And, you know, God forbid you have some powdered substance and, you know, you thought you had a right to like do what you wanted with your own body and your own consciousness. No, we don't have any of that. You know, we're just going to assume and presume, and we're going to do slavery and for profit, lock people up. And it's just, I mean, what is this? Is this, I'm doing a Talcott. I'm going full Talcott today. Like, when do I wake up? When do I wake up? And then they go, oh, how was that? That was an interesting nightmare, huh? You know, it just kept going on and on and on, just getting worse. It used to be, you could just, you know, drive drunk, fucking do cocaine, fuck whores. I mean, and that was just the politicians. Am I right? You know, and on the ground, the citizens are doing the same thing. And they just go, hey, can you get home? Can you get home? Are you good? Yeah, okay. We'll see you later. Now we got fucking tyrants around every corner that are going to violate us to keep us safe. And, you know, the economy is just crashing. The 20% of the purchasing power lost over the last 4 years because they printed up so much fucking money. You know, and these clowns every day wake up just to go out to do this. Right? The world's just collapsing around them, burning around them, and then they're gonna police someone in the ghetto for sniffing cocaine. Supposedly, this is where we're at. Well, like, when do you realize that you're gonna have to give out more cocaine? You're gonna have to give out more heroin, more fentanyl, more cocaine, just to kind of numb the pain of the destroyed culture and society. Just the depravity on all sides. Was that Jesse Howe there? I was looking up and I looked down and I saw Jesse Howe was just kind of spinning. Was that me? Was I spinning? Is that why? Is that what's happening?
No,
like,
it's
I'm
like
spinning,
the slaves. They're just it's like this guy. They're just, I don't know. They're just up to weird shit too. I don't know. It's just some of these I want to.
Where's my snafu snaps? I need my snafu snaps. Where is it?
Yeah, and these cops, it's all on camera. I mean, they got body cameras on them. They're doing all this dumb shit on camera.
Yeah, it's just every day I wake up in a world where I have to look at this crap and realize it's not getting better anytime soon. It's going to get a lot worse. And the fact that it's already gotten this bad is just really a testament to the lack of discernment and awareness by the majority of folks, or just the complete apathy. You know, just unwillingness to fucking look at this and do something different, ensuring that it's going to get worse. I'm spinning. I got a story. Have you ever woke up in a beast system simulation and feel like you're spinning? Cops enforcing policy and code. Citizens voting and paying tax to enslave themselves and genocide themselves. I'm spinning.
Have you ever sat in your room as your head is spinning?
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
Have you ever looked at the moon
And
thought, I need to be quit lazy, do my thing, get out up in the scene. But then you know all you got is nothing. Spinning.
I'm spinning. Policy and code enforcement. I'm spinning. I'm spinning.
Oh, baby, I'm spinning. Have you ever thought to yourself, death would be better? Have you thought, what can you do?
Fucking morbid snaps.
True. Spinning.
Spinning.
Spinning. Spinning. I'm spinning.
Yeah, that's my new anthem.
It's spinning around.
Snafu Snap somehow came up with my new anthem.
In the park.
Oh my god. Oh man. All right, well, we're gonna keep spinning here, like the merry-go-round, like Snafu Snap's latest hit single. It's the mandala, like they said from the beginning of time. Just go contemplate on the wheel within the wheel. You'll get some answers, and then it just hits you. Oh my God, we're spinning with Snafu Snaps. We're looping like Tommy's loops. The wheel within the wheel. The Ouroboros, or as Talcott says, the Aurora Borealis. Or I forget what the fuck he said. The snake with the tail in its mouth, right? That's what we're experiencing here day after day. And then at some point you got to break the loop. Okay.
No, I don't, sir. I have rights and you have duties and obligations, sir, and you will uphold your duties and obligations today, sir. Okay, so would you like...
Right. Brian O'Shea. Right out of the gate.
There's some of these I want to click on and they're not named. I'm going to click on this one.
Doesn't work like that, dummy. Dummy.
You want to just go through everything in the back right now so you know what everything is? Because you're doing it like you're doing it anyway, in between whatever the fuck I'm doing, and it's just, so just get it out of the way. Go through everything now so you know what you're working with back there.
All right.
That never gets old.
What is this one again?
You don't like opinions. You don't respect opinions, and those people are God, so you should worship opinions. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but...
Yeah, there's the demon. Bring it up out of you, Aaron. There's the demon. Bring it up out of you. Yeah. Who's the one possessed by demons again? Notice how many times I've done this. This is what they want to see.
New levels of pleasure.
You piece of shit. I'm fucking sick of you. You guys are fucking pathetic. Beyond pathetic.
Oh, man.
Are you good?
Yeah, I think that's good.
All right. You got what you need?
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's get to the rest of this. Do we finish this up? What are they going to do to these black folks? Slave them, put them in jail, tow the car.
What do you mean something's mine? Well, it's either yours or his, right? No. Hey, nothing's mine. Hey, nothing's mine, son. Nothing. I'm not gonna cuff you. You're gonna walk away from me, okay? I'm not cuff your buddy. When I tell you to put your hands behind your back, you put your hands right behind your back, okay? All right, put your hands on your head. Let your fall on top of that thing. I think it might have slid down there. All right. On top of that garbage can. All right, man. Step out here.
980, repeat your traffic. You're transporting to.
Put your license plate in your window. All right? Put your license plate. Put your license plates on.
All this fucking bullshit for license plate in the window. It's such nonsense. You just violated 10 fucking rights over a license plate that shouldn't be required and isn't required under law to travel freely. It's been ruled on. Fuck slave.
I'm gonna give you a break. You have a license, you know that, right?
Yes, but because I was just using my brother's car. Can I show you the plates?
Go ahead.
I'll show you.
But we're so deep in the Supreme Court orders don't matter anymore. All that matters is local and statewide regulations that no one understands. They all say they understand it, but no one understands it. They just understand that everyone tells them what to do and everyone else does it.
He said, don't put them on until.
Doesn't matter anymore.
But he been having a car since.
All right. Put them on.
Should have a yellow tag.
I just pulled off because it was expired a month ago.
That's what I'm saying. It's my brother's car. I didn't.
All right.
I just farmed.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Great stuff.
Thanks, guys.
Nothing to see here. Wrap it up. All right. Yeah. Who cares? Who cares about rights and freedom? Who cares? Okay, who cares about etymology, words and terms, of Supreme Court decision? Who really gives a fuck at this point, huh? Just go to work, pay the tax, get the damn paperwork. You know what to do. Just let it all sink a little bit further, right? Go vote. You know, you want to change the system, dummy? Just go vote, okay? Right. Let's move on. It's just beyond laughable, sickening. You could argue saddening. Right? I'm used to it, or at least this is how I get through it. I guess I say that I'm used to it, but every time I look at it, I'm wowed. Wow, we're actually living this. This is real. I'm Talcott out. This is real, man. They're actually repeating this shit. They're living it. They're doing it over and over. It's not going to change.
They try to get me in Winslow, Arizona, Paul. This cop's like, hey, come here. I was like, nah, man, I can't talk to you. I look behind me and he's running after me, so I had to run the cops. He gets in his car. He's trying to chase me out of hideout for a couple hours. Over nothing.
I got something up here today.
Just rolls up on me.
Yeah, I got something up here today along those lines. Why is something you're saying is resonating with something I saw earlier? They're running around Arizona now, drugging people and doing all types of ridiculousness. The news is reporting. I gotta find this here. I don't know what I did with that. Yeah, I had a headline.
The cops seeing fake. He's like, I got better things to do. I just want to talk to you. And I'm like, I can't talk to you, man. I just kept walking. I turn around. I'd seen in his face. He's mad as shit, just running after me. I just took off like I was fucking Bruce Jenner, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, they get caught regularly on body cam throwing drugs on people. And, yeah, the cops were working with some strip club, drugging customers, charging credit cards, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I got to look for it here. It's up there somewhere. Maybe I'm projecting. Maybe it wasn't the police. It's a separate story. It's up there, though, somewhere.
I think it was a gay cop. I think it was a gay cop, you know, on some puffy shit.
Right.
I got better things to do. Take that. Take that.
All right, we got De Castro here. So compose yourself. Chili's appeal hearing live today, apparently, from Mr. No Impact Flicks. So we're going to get to that.
Let me look at one more
Here's the deal,
clip,
channel.
Paul.
Thank you guys for joining. We're going to.
All right, one more clip. Let's go.
And appreciate it. And if it continues, you will not be welcome.
Will not be welcome here.
So what do you have to say about that?
About that?
Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Go over this real quick. Let me get a second to go over this. We're going to be watching this appeals trial. This is April 1st, 2024. State
Ryan sounds really deflated covering the Castro thing all of a sudden.
Let's take a look at this.
Really fired up before.
Let me go. Let me know if you guys can hear this okay. All right, here we go.
The Honorable Judge Zimmerman presiding. Please be seated. Come to order.
All right, Jose de Castro, 23 CR 013015.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Christopher on behalf of Mr. Castro. He's present.
Nice to see you, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, Agnes Patel from the State Farm number 11064.
All right, this is your motion.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, I've had a chance to watch the video of the trial. I watched Mr. DeCastro come into the courtroom in an extraordinarily disrespectful fashion and refer to the marshal in the most inappropriate way. I then saw some other things that I would consider very poor in the courtroom. And Mr. DeCastro was convicted. He is given 6 months in jail. One thing I know he's going to do today is, for no other purpose, no matter what your ruling is, he wants to say sorry. I've asked him if he'd say sorry to the court. I understand that you may see it as that he should have apologized to the marshal. I don't see a marshal in here that he did this. One thing I would note for the court is that the issues that I saw seem to be significant constitutional issues. The court addressed.
Dude, you guys can't be serious, right? I mean, I'm not gonna like make judgments, but you've been there a week and you're like, they broke you already. You went from fuck all the pigs and all the rest of that rah-rah shit. Now you want to sit there crying? Kind of bizarre.
Is this all theater? Is this some theater shit?
Again, you never really know with any of these inauthentic corporate males what they're doing. Like, are they putting it on just to garner sympathy so they can get out of there? You know, or are they actually crying because they just were so in their grandiose sense of self that they didn't think jail was coming at the end of this? You know, these are like the guys who I get arrested with, and I go, well, "You guys are surprised?" And they would act like I'm crazy because I go, "We're out here doing what we're doing. What makes you think we're not going to jail?" I go, when the time to go to jail happens, it's not time to like wake up then. Where's the actualization and realization in that, right? That always like interests me. You know, that I guess like that's just another example of how unconscious, unaware people are. Because I live most of my life expecting on some level whatever the common sense cause and effect is to happen. Like I do this broadcast every day, almost motivated on some level by the fact that you may not see me at some point here. You know, and this kid's just running around doing what he's doing, surprised when he has to go to jail, and then a weekend he's crying and sorry. Okay, you know what? Let me step back, because really all this is we all get it on our own time. We're all growing. We're all learning. We're all becoming men here and women. You know, we're all like practicing humbleness and humility at times and refocusing. But it's just I don't really know what to say. I'm not oftentimes speechless, but we're going to do this now. Court. We're going to do the I'm crying, I'm broken, I'm so sorry. You know, right after you did all this other shit on the other end. So we're going from one extreme to the other, right? And this is like oftentimes what I say. We're doing the opposite game rather than just learning to walk the Tao the middle way. It's a common theme I find. Yin yang in life.
Addressed it, but what I did notice is that this should have been really briefed beforehand on First Amendment issues, so the court could have had that. That's no fault of. I think it just
you guys got to understand, like, I'm not talking from bravado either or false self. I'm talking from firsthand experience. You know, when I'm in there, I ain't exactly the happiest person. I ain't looking like I'm about to start a parade. I ain't crying either. You know, and I'm pretty sure I'm on record at least a handful of times going to that court. You know, I wish folks would like dig into that and produce those tapes. Me going to court, talking to the administrator, cutting them off, backing them down with the facts. It's not about bravado and false strength. It's not about false self-ego. It's like check their record. It's like, you know, this is what kind of upsets me is you got folks who are claiming to be leaders, misleading a whole bunch of folks and selling them products. And I go, you guys can't do that. Like, I might be able to give some folks some leadership and give them a trifold, quadfold, whatever the fuck. I don't do that. I've been brought offers to do that, and I don't do that for a reason. The fact that you guys do that, and then you show up to court like this is beyond a fucking embarrassment. Seriously. You know, like, where's Carl Lentz when you need him? Because I'd love to hear what he has to fucking think and say about this crap. I go, this guy's a constitutional law scholar, he says. He's made millions off of apparently selling his image and his content and trifold documents. And then he shows up to court, says, fuck all pigs, and then within 5 days of incarceration comes back crying and whining like a bitch with a second fucking attorney. You guys don't understand law. You don't understand honor. You don't understand really anything, as far as I can tell. Maybe that's just my grandiose sense of self and narcissism and ego. But again, I got at least some shit on fucking record. If nothing else, forget the reactions and responses, my presentment, my understanding, you know, and then we can take in the responses at times, you know, the solutions at times, and then some of the reactions at times. I just think it's amazing. You guys run through 10, 20, 30, 40,000 like nothing. You know, I go in there for free and get better results. I don't sign nothing. I don't give them a fucking dollar. If they hold me for 2-3 days. And then we have a meeting with the magistrate and we get it on record. Who and what I am, what I'm not, who and what you are, what you're not, and what's going to happen from here on out. The rest of it is clerical. It's formality. I'm not interested in the paperwork and the rest of your fucking crap. Nor do I need to be. You guys are so caught up in the 1-2-dimensional world that you think the third dimension doesn't even matter anymore. They got you so pimped. You're so focused on their orders and fucking motions and all this paperwork and nonsense, right? They got you so reverse pimped as far as men and women and how to live life and what this whole fucking power value dynamic and game is about. It's fascinating to me. Okay, let's get back to it. I can't believe what I'm constantly witnessing here, but I guess I should, because it's all just representations of self. All criticism is self-criticism. I guess I'm astounded by the lack of self-awareness and self-knowledge. And then I'm even more astounded by the lack of attempt to get self-awareness and self-knowledge, because folks just assume they are who they are and they just go through life pretty much with the same conscience they've had since middle school. I mean, this is just beyond embarrassing, man. Like, your life wasn't over, bro. You know, I get it. The first time a motherfucker goes to jail, you get a little bit antsy, you know. But if you're not there for drugs and you don't have a drug habit and you don't have those issues, this should not be that big of a fucking problem, right? Like, you got to wonder about that. You know, there's like, I'm not even hating. I'm not even making judgment. I'm just saying, as a man, if we look at the Christed being and the walk of all great men through history, motherfuckers who had to sit in a cell by themselves for like a decade, and then you want to show up crying and whining, you're so selfish. This is my problem, is you got folks yelling how selfless they are and how much they do for everyone, but just a week incarceration reveals how selfish they really are. All about me, all about the money I need, all about my business, all about my feelers. You know, you want to go off from a selfish perspective saying fuck all policy enforcement like you're better than them. Then you want to get checked and bitched up and then show up to court crying. You just fucking triple down, embarrass this community. That's why I say I'm not part of no truth community. I ain't no sovereign citizen. I ain't no constitutional law scholar. I'm not no legal beagle, right? This is your boy Jack Tripper. This is the new bit I'm going to just create in my mind. Jose De Castro is Jack Tripper, and he's down at the Legal Beagle, right, for Three's Company. This is just the level of fucking white bread, soap opera, overly dramatic, acting out, acting within. It's beyond embarrassing. I can't say it enough. I can't stress it enough. So you can't call yourself all this shit, show up the way you did the first time, and now show up this way. I mean, again, I'm gonna check my online quote unquote persona right now, and I'm gonna take a step back in humbleness and humility, because maybe there'll come a day when Paulie Boy will be in the same circumstances and he'll show up the same way, and then he can't talk shit, and boy will he look silly, right? But I don't know. You know, I guess I don't want to believe that, but anything's possible, right? It's just, you know, that's kind of why I don't make all those claims up front. Oh, I'm a law scholar. I'm an expert. I'm this, I'm that. No, I'm just a man I'm an ordinary man pursuing extraordinary knowledge, right? And I'm using conscious and awareness practices. And I'm going to the etymology of words and terms and how it all relates.
Chili jumped on the bandwagon and talked. You know, it's just
Yeah, I mean, again, the pride and ego is subtle, man. I try to stay out of my pride and ego here while it comes off that way. It's just a radical accountability and authenticity. I just speak to right what the fuck I see at the moment and at the time, and I may be clouded at times by my desires, my wants, or my quote unquote reputation. I don't believe that's the case. Again, I've had handfuls of these gurus and scholars come before me, and they can't hold a candle to the knowledge and understanding that I put forth. They can't even comprehend it. Right? So it's not about me. It's just about what is. If I can see what is and speak it, and the rest of them can't even comprehend it, understand it, and apply it and get the results, what are we really talking about here? Either I'm completely sick and twisted and delusional. It's always a possibility, right? Everyone who says it's not is probably caught up in their own bullshit. So I'll put it out there. I'm willing to embarrass myself for truth. You know, I'm willing to show my dysfunction, my projections, my rejection, my ignorance, my arrogance, if that's what it is. I just don't see it that way. And I'm sure nobody who's in that position does, right? That's where I guess God and the people come in and the long game. You know, we'll find out. But I believe that there's a truth here. I wouldn't speak the way I do consistently if I didn't speak with authority of the truth. It's not authority of me, right? In the beginning is the word is made real. So I speak with the authority of that, using the word. You know, it's not about personality. It's not about egoic construct, egocentric construct. You know, I'm the center of the universe. No, I'm the center of my universe. That means I need self-knowledge more than anything. That means I need a moral compass more than anything. Well, lucky for me that God put that there. Whoever, whatever made this universe, put in me and every other being a conscience that when explored reveals what's true and what's right and what is false deception, right? And then when you take that discernment back to the world, you start to see the overlay. You start to see we're walking in an overworld and an underworld. And you can argue there's a God of each. And you can argue that it's necessary to generate this experience. What we call good and evil, which is really just generating results. You know, there's a positive and negative terminal, positive, negative aspects of self and creation. And together we generate a result. Then we have to observe that result and reverse engineer the structure of our subconscious and conscious mind and what created those results. So it's clear to me, we're in slavery and genocide. I know what's created it. And you're so far into it at this point worldwide through contract and fascism, the merger of state and corporate powers. There's really going to be no way out of this unless the individual decides, I'm no longer going to follow statute, policy, and code because that's not godly. That's not what God put in me. I'm going to follow my conscience and I'm going to do what's true and what's right. And I'm going to be free to make mistakes here. And if I don't cause any loss, injury, or harm, and I don't owe a debt, or I have caused loss and I'm willing to compensate and say, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Isn't that your society? Isn't that your religion, your religious freedom? Isn't that what the whole point of religious freedom is, to practice your religion? Part of your religion is you have to free me of my trespasses as I forgive those who trespass against me. That's the whole point of that beingness. So we don't get involved in courts ruling over man when God and self-governance and conscience is supposed to rule over man. We don't have that. We don't have folks who are genuine and earnest, you know, for the lot of them. You know, you've seen many of them come before me and they wonder why they get received the way they do because I already read them. They're not genuine, earnest, honorable, integral people. They're frauds. And they want to use me just like they want to use God and this country to get to something while they're alive, instead of being used by God and for the country and the land and this race to do and be something that we need to do and be, right? That's why they get the results they get. They may have plenty of power and value in the world, more than they need, but they're powerless from within. and they can be read by me, which means they could be read by God, which means they're already being judged. See, I have discernment. That force has judgment. You're going to get the karma for who and what you are and how you live. I actually believe that. I can't prove it. You know? And I think that any being here that doesn't believe in karma is probably dysfunctional because they believe they could do whatever the fuck they want and never have consequences. And I don't believe that things work that way. I think the evidence
We can't
of what's
prove karma is real.
happening this week is proof of that.
What do you think of that comment, Paul?
Jail is like a relaxing vacation. I wouldn't agree with that. It's what you make it, like life, right? So you could be out in the free world, quote unquote, and feel like you're in jail every day. You could be in jail every day and feel freer than most folks do on the outside. But I wouldn't argue that it's a relaxing vacation. Again, that's perspective, though. Maybe not for me. At some point, when I'm there, I haven't been there for too extended of a period, over the past 8-10 years. But when I'm there, I almost immediately start to find a mode of productivity. I don't find it to be a relaxing retreat, right? I'm the type of person where if I don't have anything, to put my time, energy, attention on or share it with, then I got to be active. I got to be kind of exercising a bit. I got to be reading. I got to be jerking off to be Hank with you. I got to move my time, energy, attention, and my beingness one way or the other, right? I got to do fellowship, do service in the sense of the word, talking to other folks to try to, make a change. I just can't be really at this point sitting around, hanging out, just letting the fucking time go by, right? There's time to sit back and relax and kind of, feel fulfilled with your day or your life and who and what you are and what you're doing. But I don't consider, somebody housing you at a place that you didn't choose to be a relaxing vacation. But again, it's what you make of it. So when I am there, I transition my mind immediately into I'm not a victim. I'm here for some reason beyond my comprehension. We're going to come to a conclusion with this one way or the other. It's not in my hands ultimately. So I'm only going to focus on controlling and governing myself to the highest good of myself and everyone within the vicinity of my beingness. Because that's all I have. If I don't live that way, I'm going to fuck myself, right? That's almost my fear, is that I'm going to go back to the heroin and the pills and powder and hating myself and wanting to die. So, if you want high esteem, you got to do esteemable things. That means you got to live a life worth living. Whatever that means, wherever you're at, you use what you got.
What if you are a victim and you're in jail? Are you just going to think, oh, I'm not a victim?
You can't choose to see it that way. If you see it that way, you already beat yourself. You have to almost choose to see it in faith that I'm here. Yeah, I'm saying, like, for me, I have to be in a space of faith and not of fear and disempowerment. If I start seeing any way in the situation where I've lost spirit or power or choice, then I've already beaten myself. So I have to presume that even if I'm innocent and quote unquote, I've been victimized as a physical beingness, metaphysically, I can still choose how I see that. So I could say, well, they may have done harm to my body. They may have taken my body and put it somewhere, but they can't trap who and what I am as an internal beingness, and they can't misdirect that. I'm in control of that. So it's just about always accepting what you can change and what you can control, and perspective is one of them. So I'm just going to, like the last time I was there, I didn't focus on why I was there. I focused on what I could do while I was there to make my time more valuable, more valuably used. So I started to do ministry with other convicts who were there, who obviously had mental and emotional issues, right? So if I'm somebody who comes from that and I've seen success with that, then it would make sense that if I'm there for however long I'm there, then I have a role and a function and an obligation that I can fulfill. That chooses to bring me to a different perspective of I'm no longer a victim. I'm a leader in this area, in this community, right? Not from an egotistical perspective, from the informational perspective. I have an experience and information that could potentially help myself and these folks around me. So if I apply that, then that makes me feel good about myself and what I'm doing. Doesn't matter why I'm there, right? So now when I go to leave there, I get to not only walk out of there without signing and paying the money and going, well, why would they even let you out at all when you got supposed warrants and haven't presented yet, when all the court appearances and, you know, all the rest of it. You're a flight risk. You don't live in the area. You don't know anybody. It's just unheard of. It's completely uncharacteristic unless they want to get me long term on something and they wanted me to leave, or they really believe in who and what the fuck I am and what I'm saying, and they know I'm not doing wrong. And they know if they push the issue, they're going to wind up getting, they're going to wind up getting exposed for who and what they are, quite frankly. It would seem. Now, you could say I have a high opinion of myself. No, I have a high opinion of whatever you call God to be, that works with me and through me. I'm just little old Paulie boy, but that spirit of creation and this word of truth goes beyond every manifestation in the room, every incarnation. I really live that way at this point. So it hadn't seemed to fail me yet, ultimately, right? There's times, is it like short term, where I go, oh, this is fucked up. What did I get myself into? Where's this going? The more I just stick to who and what I am, what I seem to know, and that faith, and I surrender, the more I keep coming out on the other side. And I'm thankful and grateful for the experiences. And it almost causes more questions than it does give answers. Because just like Slow State and the rest of them, I go, how the fuck could this even happen? How could I even still be here talking? Like, why do they keep letting me go? I do the same thing he does, but then I have to go, what you're not understanding that I also found a hard time to understand is the experience been talked about from the beginning of time, that there is a God here. Somehow there is an order here. If you do what's true and what's right in your heart and you're not doing wrong and you have faith, somehow you are delivered, right? Somehow there's redemption. That's the point. Our logical mind can't seem to figure this shit out completely. I don't know if it's even comprehensible to mortals, like your boy Jack Harlow used to say. Incomprehensible to the mind of mortals. Doesn't have to be comprehended by the mind of mortals when it's already in the heart of every one of us. See? That's the only way you can resonate. That's the only way what I'm saying right now has value and meaning and impact and make you feel something. Right? It's the same way at court, because we're all oneself. So once you start to see it that way and understand that, it goes beyond the veil of what we believe is going on here. There's a hidden world. There's a hidden power. There's a hidden knowledge and understanding. Right? The whole world from the beginning of time has basically been about keeping the masses from the hidden power, the hidden knowledge, the hidden understanding that can allow you to manifest your destiny. Right? They want to do that for you. They're going to choose that. And their job is to keep you from understanding how to do it for yourself and with your community. It's clear. Quite the opposite. They want. Man, I looked over and I looked up and you were giving me the Talcott hand. That ain't right, Brian. You ain't right for that. That's rude, brother. That's rude. Quite frankly, that's not wanted here. And if you continue, I'm going to ask you to leave. Metaphysician's back there, but he's got no camera.
I think he just came up to drop something in the private chat.
Yeah, you were right, O'Shea. You gave me the hand just in time. I was doing too much yakking. We got more DeCastro.
Beforehand. I also noticed that at time of sentencing, the state asked for a suspended sentence, but Mr. Castro just
Mommy loved me, daddy loved me, mommy loved me, daddy loved me.
Reasonably agitated and irritated the court into causing a sentence that is now 6 months. This man, from what I can tell, Your Honor, has no prior felony convictions whatsoever. I'm doing that upon information and belief. I haven't run the scope. I know the state could do that, but I don't see that he has any felony convictions. He's made his appearances, and I think the time in jail has been shocking to him. I know it has, because I can tell the reaction of the calls every day and how difficult it is for him. I think he pushed this and is learning a very, very difficult lesson in life. I would ask the court to consider, based upon his ties to the community, sister here, nephew, he has a whole bunch of people who wanted to come to court, which I suggested may be a very, if they're going to come here, be respectful and mindful of what's already occurred in this court. But what I asked the court to do given his lack of any serious criminal history, his remorse for his behavior in this courtroom during that trial, and the fact that the state at the time did not want.
Yeah,
jail
break
time.
that
I
spirit,
asked for
break that
an appeal
will.
bond, Your Honor, so that
Give that authority
the issue
over to
can
that
be,
court.
these issues can be properly raised. And so with that, Your Honor, I asked for an OR. I would just say a reasonable bail. I would suggest that since he came to the trial, since he already has gotten a taste of what inappropriate behavior in a courtroom looks like and feels like, I would ask for a bail in the amount of $10,000 or $20,000, appeal bond in the amount of $10,000 or $20,000.
Look at you, look at you folks. You love wasting that fucking fiat coupons, don't you? You love wasting them, playing your games. You just can't fucking stand tall. You can't stand on anything real and true, and you just can't fucking surrender in faith. It's just a world full of infidels, man. Right? And let's be clear, infidel just means one who's lacking in faith. Don't throw the Muslim rap at me that I'm working with ISIS. It's been called the same thing from the beginning of time. One infidel after the next. You wonder why this court doesn't respect you? Fuck slaves. You wonder why I don't respect you? The same reason that woman don't. The same reason the shaitan don't. If you would have just stood your position, you'd have gotten the passage. One way or the other. But you give your will over every time. You won't do the will. You do your will. Fuck the cops and now let me out. That's all it is. We want what we want when we want it, but you ain't willing to do what's necessary to get what the fuck you want. There's the problem of humanity. Has been from the beginning of time. It's called broken child syndrome. And you want to appeal to your mommies and daddies the same way you did at home. I wasn't one of them. Go ask my daddy. They take all my toys. They break them. They just say you don't eat for the night. They couldn't break my spirit and will. Still can't. There was nothing they could throw at me to stop me from being who and what the fuck I was meant to be, regardless of their projection. And they don't know what to do with it. They never have. See, you're a nice boy. You do what the fuck you're told. And then when you pop shit and they give you a little tap on the ass, you say, I'm sorry. I'm a good, nice, kind, polite little bitch boy. I don't do what's true and what's right anywhere in my life because I don't have a fucking will of God on me and I don't have a fucking conviction in my heart. I'm a heartless, ballless pig. Just like the pigs you talk shit about. You're one of them, DeCastro. Get real. You guys are all bourgeoisie pigs at this point. Low-price hoes trying to masquerade as some kind of politicos, some kind of achieved, accomplished folks. And it's all just a fucking ego swing trip from one side of the room to the other. Beyond fucking embarrassing. Can't say it enough.
It's hustling backwards.
Your Honor, may I respond orally? Typically, pursuant to the Nevada rules of criminal practice, the state has 10 days to file an opposition, but this was placed on calendar very quickly. So I would ask for leave of the court to answer orally. Okay. Your Honor, I'm in receipt of Mr. Orum's motion for bail or any alternative for his own recognizance release. I would note that NRS 178.488 does make it discretionary upon this court whether he would allow bail pending appeal.
He's really laying it on thick.
There has been a briefing schedule set before Judge Levitt in district court on the appeal. It's not set to be heard until July. It's discretionary, Your Honor. As
So remorseful right now. I got my 50,000. Please let me out.
And the state will oppose.
I just wanted to create content. I just wanted to be known as a scholar.
There's assumption that this court sends Mr. DeCastro to 6 months in the Clark County Detention Center just because of his conduct or his inappropriate conduct.
You would think this dude would just got a death sentence, right? You would think they just said cut his fucking head off the other day. And now we're back at appeal going, please don't take the head of Mr. DeCastro. He made a mistake. You know, you would think they're about to cut his fucking balls and dick off the way he's putting on there.
It's like that dude from Fight Club, the guy with the big tits that just starts crying. He's going that soft.
Listen, bro, it's again, I'm not doing this for effect and ego and bravado. If I am and I'm not aware of it, then it's not my intention. Just again, we started a society off of a guy who went to a box and was killed and said, build the cross, I'll carry it. Like, what do you not get about that? Like even if the being didn't exist, the archetypal understanding of self.
build the fucking cross. I'll carry it. I'll dig the hole. I'll put it in there, and I'll even give you a step up. I'll let you hoist me up. Let's go. Are you willing to give everything up to be given everything back in this life or the afterlife? That's the question. Are you actually a man? No, you want to do all these other worldly ways and activities of what you think a man is. And then you guys all do the God shit, the Christ is King shit, the Americana patriot shit. And this is what we get. This is what we get for a false idol, a hero, and all the legend and the rest of the garbage. And I'm not saying I'm that. I don't want that. I don't want what comes with that labeling. Idol, hero, guru, and all the rest of it. I don't want it. Being a man is enough. Made in the image of the Most High. I don't need extras that demean me by the end of the day. This is what we get every single time. You know, and then you expect to come out of this and have this system recognize you as man and woman, to respect you, to uphold your law and your rights? Absolutely not. They're going to pimp you double, triple time now. That's all you did. You just put a karmic fucking loop for yourself and the rest of us, like one more notch on the bedpost of the Akashic record. You're a bitch. Everyone else in there's a bitch. You gave your power and the word over to your esquire in this system. You don't give a fuck about this walk that I fucking was part of your content for. You don't give a fuck about it, what it really means, where it goes, what the implications are and the potential consequences. No, you're running off false self, ego, and in and of the world games all day, every day. And you just wonder why you can't yoke with me. I may as well be having the exact experience of that being you all started a society off of, because it's exactly how I feel and what I see. Every single time. You guys get around me. You say you're walking in this way. You fucking put on all the traditions and regalia and symbols of your masters while you want to act out against them because you don't understand this is a metaphysical idea before it ever becomes physical. They just don't understand the various levels of consciousness and awareness and the moving parts of the system's dynamics and how it all fits together inside and outside of self. And they really aren't even interested in what the fuck we need to do and be individually and collectively to change this. Just one big play and act out from the government side to the fucking truth or hero idol worshiping side. Fascinating. And they all think they're like their own person. This is what I love about this realm. They all think they're their own unique, individual, special consciousness. You know, and they look and study the animals, and what does it reveal? That there is no such thing as individuated consciousness. That it's all connected and it's all one thing in the animals and in the humans. But you all, with that ego and sense of self, you think you're your own body and your own person, and everything in between you is just space, division. And everyone's different and unique and special. No, you got pimped on and duped, and that's why you act the way you do. Once you kill off that fucking ego, you're going to get reunified with the universe and its law and its way of beingness. And at that point, you'll be ready to die physically if necessary. Because you're already reunified in the eternal, which is the truth and the space between us, right? What you see as space between us. The otherworldly, I guess you could say. The ether. No, these aren't spiritual folks. These aren't folks who look into their metaversal beingness. They're not introspective and retrospective. They're not faithful. They're none of that. They're caught up. World Wide Web's got them. Grifta says, for ordinary man seeking extraordinary knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Grifta. Jimmy Shively says, appreciate you and all you do. Well, thank you, Mr. Shively. Appreciate you being here and getting value from whoever and whatever I am at this time. It's a beautiful process. Hopefully, I guess, faithfully, more importantly, I believe that it will lead to certain folks being called because, you could argue everyone's called, but just like the army, they'll tell you, many are called, few answer the call. So I suppose one of the reasons why I'm here doing what I'm doing consistently with this energy, I'm not really motivated or ambitious to do much of anything else, is probably to put out a calling to return to whatever it is we call the spirit of creation and that force, God's army, if you will. The only thing is it doesn't require us actually physically fighting anyone. It requires us mastering ourselves, right? So God's army doesn't ask you, as far as I can perceive it, to harm other people or to do war with them or yourself. It's precisely the opposite. We're here to stop the war within self and with others and to seek the truth, live it, and be set free and surrender in faith. Nothing else can be done at this time. I can't conceive of anything else. You're not going to beat these people physically, and appealing to their system and their representatives are not going to get it done either. You're just putting yourself on record for another go around, as far as I can tell. Whatever. Not mad about it. Some folks want out and they don't want to go back. The rest of you are cool just looping and doing this shit over and over again, right? That's all it is. And you're entitled to that. You know. And then at some point you'll have to look at what you've done and what you've created and what you've not done and therefore created. Like Marco Aurelio says, the AI says it, you can be judged not only by what you do, but also what you don't do. So take that for what it's worth. Okay, I'm getting the signal from my producer. That usually means it's time to go back. Hold on, we got DeCastro here. Mr. Decastrated, as it were. Head down, very remorseful, very crying and upset. And you can see this black man's face right there. He thinks this whole thing is a joke. It's pathetic. Right, he's been jailing for a while, this guy, right? See this guy back here? Can you see my pointer? Oh, Sheenus?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see this guy, right? He's checking out the prosecutor's ass. He's been jailing a while. He says this is all just a big fucking pathetic joke. Look at you clowns. This guy too, same thing. He's wondering what they're going to serve for dinner later when we go back to the cell. And obviously DeCastro's just laying it on thick, right? Just making sure everyone sees him head down in just a fucking submissive position, crying, pretty much begging, pleading to be let go because he didn't know who and what he was and what he was doing. Never should have called himself anything and never really should have been in this game. Yet another guy, by the way, who wants to call me up and say, Paul, what are you doing? You're not doing enough. You need to get out there and do more. What, like you? This? I don't think so. Another guy who needs his ego checked, right? Another guy who's going to tell me to come on his platform but not smoke on camera. Give me a break, dude. You guys haven't like ever seen or heard a policy that you didn't want to follow. Go ahead.
It's like Brian O'Day on me. Brian always comes.
It's like you coming on here every day with a horrible connection and horrible microphone and being half heard when I actually want to hear from you. That's what it's like. Sorry, JG. Here's where you laugh and then get mad, right? Here's where you laugh and get mad because you know it's completely ridiculous.
Try not holding your mic, JG.
It's the connection too. You don't see how he's lagging 10 seconds at a time. He's got a good 5 to 10 second lag.
Do you think they do this on purpose? Do you think the lag is on purpose?
Your poverty is on purpose, whether you know it or not, and it's causing the horrible connection and lag because you're living
poverty.
You're living under a sports stadium. It looks like you're living in the subway. There's bad signal.
Right.
You're an idiot. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
You dumbass.
That's O'Shea. I'm not doing any of that. O'Shea's on the buttons today. A
lot of looping does go on.
Yeah, we can't even hear it.
I can hear it. That you can't hear it because you have a horrible connection. He's got audio there. Clip's got audio. We're up and running.
It's not the connection. It's just this shit is fucked, and I'm out of here.
You piece of shit. I'm fucking sick of you.
Okay. Well, there you go. All right. He's fucking leaving. What do you think of that, Brian O'Shea? He's out of here. He's tired of you. He's sick of the disrespect. He doesn't need it. He can go other places with his talent and ability.
I would expect that. And they expect this from DeCastro, and they expect this from JG.
Most people are cowards and bitches, I've found. And I'm not saying I don't have a bitch in me, right? It's just, you know, in certain situations, I guess it takes a little bit more to get it up out of me. And it's just, you know, again, in certain situations, I could be a bitch all day long, right? I could not like it. I could be feeling things. And then I go, well, there's still a certain thing that seemingly needs to happen here. And again, the more I've accessed that part of my beingness, the more it becomes almost impossible to shut off. See, that's the thing about conscience that scares all the slaves. They almost intuitively, subconsciously know the more you start to get in your subconscious and activate your conscience and your conscious mind and your awareness, the more it becomes almost impossible to continue to do foolishness and wrong without having to look at yourself and the results. You like this motion that I'm doing? JG, could you bring JG in to prove also that I'm not touching anything and I'm not doing anything, and also so he can see my motion, my head stroking, kind of. This is bringing awareness to awareness. This is the new universal symbol for bringing awareness to awareness or lack thereof. You like this motion, JG?
Yeah, I was a little serious. I was a little serious there, but I'm tired of these fucking mics and all these fucking technology problems.
I get it. We're like 30 years into the best technology ever, and it seems to be worse than ever. Remember, we used to get on AOL, talk shit for hours, 56K, the dialing, the whole thing. What happened? Never these issues. You know how many times I masturbated on Omegle? Like 13 years old. 56K.
I did that before.
Well, yeah, like last week. I'm talking about back in the day.
Come on, Paul. I was feeling tits when I was fucking 9 years old in 99.
All right,
dude.
Relax.
10 years old.
I'm doing the fucking bid every time with this guy. Can't even do the bid.
Desiree Disney. Feel my tits. Yeah, I was 5 years older than.
Makes no sense.
You know what it is?
Was that a real sneeze?
Feeling her
Did
double
you just
D's.
sneeze?
No.
How did that clip relate at all? What was can you just give me a peek into your mind, how your mind works?
I just want to cut JG up and do something that I like.
Yeah, I knew you did that intentionally, man.
You guys are making this all about you. Can we get back to me, or better yet, Mr. Decastrated? Got more to look at here.
No, it's all about Brian. It's all about Brian.
Well, it's not though. It's either going to be about me, Jack Talcott, or Mr. Decastrated. And right now we got plenty of this clip left. We got to finish.
I would venture to say that Your Honor presided over the trial where you found guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for both the obstructing a police officer and resisting a police officer. You saw his conduct in the body-worn camera by the officer, and I would venture to say, and I would submit to the court, that the 6-month sentence that you imposed isn't simply for his behavior in court or his behavior to your marshals, but that it is an appropriate sentence placed upon the defendant by the court due to the.
Right. So now basically what you have there is, see, you got to watch how these people move. They're pimping. So she's good pimping. This prosecutor, she's like, Your Honor, I think it's important to let the court know that it wasn't simply because Mr. DeCastro was a douchebag at court yesterday. That was part of it. The bigger picture was he was obstructing the officer, right? He's reminding the administrator, she's reminding the administrator, don't take on any liability for this. Don't make it about his behavior at court. Make it about the charges. Because they're already submitted to the jurisdiction. You really can't back out now. They can impose whatever sentence they want. That's just discretion or based on the rule book. You know, this and that, right? So she already revealed in that statement. Again, if you're a somewhat of an expert, in quotes, an expert at body language, communications, intelligence, you know that she just admitted there while trying to obfuscate that his appearance at court was a big reason why he got the 180. You know, she's just reminding the administrator. Let's remind the court that the main reason is not because of his. See, they're obfuscating and kind of gaslighting a bit. You know, and that's what they're good at. So it absolutely was because he was acting like a dick and being biased and communicating hate and dishonor at court that he got the 180. You're not going to convince me a guy who looks like him and lives like him and is from the ilk he's from would not have gotten smashed with the full sentence if he had not done what he'd done, right? For obstructing an officer, bullshit. They'd reduce those charges down. It's misdemeanor behavior. There is no loss, injury, and harm, and you just drop the ball completely. So again, they're pimping for everyone else watching and their benefit to not realize how this works and to also limit that administrator's liability. And she's going to turn around and go, thank you, Ms. Prosecutor. Yes, Mr. DeCastro and your counsel. The behavior wasn't the sole reason that you were treated like shit. It was also because you obstructed the officer and XYZ, and you already admitted to that code governing you, and you already submitted to our jurisdiction. So pretty much bye is where I think it's going to go. I haven't seen this, right? So, you know, they'll never tell you completely what it is that's going on there because they don't want you to know how to navigate it, right? But most of it's common sense. And again, if you watch their words, they reveal themselves. So it did come into the picture. Don't kid yourself that his behavior at the court did not come into the picture why he got 180 days for obstructing an officer. I would bet anything if Brian O'Shea shows up at that court, presuming he feels he needs to. I'm not going to tell him what to do and not do. He knows what I do and don't do at this point. But presuming he does show up at that court for special presentment and he does not say fuck the police, but rather yet says, oh, I'll give you 2 and 3 times whatever you're asking for if you could just substantiate how this code governs me as a man and is compulsory, not advisory. I mean, there's different ways we could go at it, but if he just stands on the truth and his conviction and he's not combative and belligerent and he offers recompense, right, and reconciliation rather than hate and belligerence and combative behavior, I suspect he's going to walk right the fuck out of there, right? They might even dismiss it. You know, at worst, they'll probably fine him. Here's a couple $100 fine. You already been through the fucking ringer, getting arrested and all the rest of this crap for all this nonsense anyway. That's what I bet. Can I prove it? No. We're going to find out, right? And then we can fucking report back in on it. But I'd bet anything if he walked in there and was a fucking man and didn't act like a child who had to be checked and shown the bitch in him to make an example for the rest of the folks watching, that wouldn't have happened. Right? They don't treat me that way. I go in there and cut them off while they're talking based on what's true and what's right. And I make it clear, listen, this isn't pride and ego. I'm cutting you off because we have to establish the facts of the matter. You're not going to steamroll here. This is very important business. You want to call it business? This is very important what's going on here today. The fate of our land lies in the decision that happens here today. So I take it very seriously. If you want to approach it from that angle, that's all great and fine. Once you submit your fucking power and your sovereignty in quotes based on the court of record definition over to an esquire, you better be throwing yourself on the mercy of the court like you are here today. You should have showed up to your first presentment like you are here today because you already submitted yourself to their jurisdiction. Now they can run a fucking train on you with legal code if they want to. They'll bring the whole legal society in and gangbang you and say that they have a reason that they can do that because you're part of their society. They'll punish you how they wish.
Charges and the evidence that you saw during trial. There's also been this claim that Mr. DeCastro was stayed trouble-free for most of his life. I would venture to say, yes, he does not have felony convictions. He does not have gross misdemeanor convictions, but he does have pretty consistent contact with law enforcement. He does have a warrant out of Ohio for a trespass. And I understand that's a piddly misdemeanor. However, it is in warrant status. And he has a pending case in Las Vegas Justice Court.
They didn't bring none of that up when I was at court. It's real weird. They didn't bring none of the warrants or none of that shit up when I was at court. Matter of fact, the prosecutor got up and got the fuck out of the room. Mr. DeCastrated. I can't prove why, but last 2-3 presentments I've had at court, prosecutor won't even talk because they already know what's going to happen. I'm going to get you fucking, I'm going to wrap you up with your own words. So you better not put yourself in dishonor at this court here today. That's the difference. You got prosecutors running game, running the whole court because they're pretending to be the people. They're pretending to be the sovereign in the room. So they got control of the court. The administrator's just third party. You established yourself as a subject of the court while the prosecutor established herself as the people. She's got all the power and sovereignty in the room because you got pimped and played and you fed right into the system. See, they go to start talking on me. I say, hold up, stop right there. Stop right there. I don't even say objection and none of that. I ain't law and order. I'm not, I don't need to. Stop whoever, whatever that is right there. Do we got a disembodied voice at the court or we got a man or woman who's going to swear in? What do we got there? Oh, that's the people. Really? Is it Mr. or Mrs. People or where are we going with this? Is that the first and last name? Is that the given and family name? Who or what are we talking about here? Put that woman on record right now. Swear in if you're going to talk as the sovereign. If not, you're trying to take the position of the sovereign and you're trying to claim I'm a person, which is a mask wearer. You're flipping the script, as they say on the street, is what you're doing. Well, we're going to flip it back in its proper perspective. I'm the sovereign in the room. I'm the man of the people. I am the people. You are a person, a state actor, mask wearer, actor. Get it? You're not going to flip the script on me. So the last 3 times we went, because I already put this on record the last 5 times before a court, prosecutor won't even stand up and talk. Because they already know they got me on record. I'm going to get that bitch ass in dishonor because I know what they're doing. That's the difference. You got a prosecutor running the court as the sovereign because you don't know your position and your power and how to present at court honorably and how to not relinquish your standing and status and jurisdiction, dummy. But you just won't listen to me. Paulie Boy don't have degrees. Paulie Boy smokes weed online. Paulie Boy can smoke 10 blunts and run 10 laps around you metaversally, metaphysically, with the word of truth. But you're too prideful and egotistical to fucking see it or feel it or understand how it works. That's called the human element. That's called the godlike element, right? It's within you as well. You just don't believe it or understand it, so you can't speak from that space. They got to appeal to other motherfuckers in and of the system and then wonder why they lose all their value and power every fucking time. You keep going back to the people and places looking for power, the same places you lose it every time. Because it's about the knowledge. Knowledge is the power. The greatest knowledge is self-knowledge. Go ahead, Mr. Timmy, take over. I'm going to hit some reefer. You always got something good to say.
Bro, you put it really well, man. I think, man, the thing, the problem that most folks, when they hear what you just said, 999 out of 1,000 just say, nah, that's bullshit. You're wrong. You're a sausage. That doesn't work. Look at all the slaves at the court. It doesn't work. Blah blah blah. Because they can't. They're not at that space. At some point when they were a child, between 0 and 7, they left that space. Whether it was at school or with their parents or with some bullshit Disney shit, or, you know, a combination, amalgamation of those things. They left that space. They left that godlike space. And they entered into slave world. And so they can't access, or they're blocking themselves from accessing that space that says, I am not somebody else's bitch. They're so domesticated and used to being dictated to, filling out forms, acquiescing, and being assimilated into the Borg. And so it's just another day in their life. The days of, what is that show? The days of our lives, the days of our slave lives. And they just think, well, this is the way it is. The pig on the side of the road, well, this is just the way it is, kid. You need to have your license. Vote if you want to change it. Everybody getting the papers. Everybody's just following along because they're all slaved up. And they've just been used to it. The slaves of our lives. Jesus, how do you have this clip? But yeah, you gotta. It has to be spiritual first. You gotta access that space first before what the fuck Paul just said can even begin to start to make sense. And then you see beyond all this shit, and then you really start to understand why the founding fathers were lawyers. They weren't these lawyers like fucking constitutional clown lawyers. They were actually just men that understood law, equity, and honor, in my opinion.
Right. The best lawyer is not a lawyer. The best philosopher is not an official student or institutional member. The best doctor is not someone who has a lab coat and a license. That's what we've learned here. So this is why I correlate the idea of on the ground pimping, because if you ever watch some of these black folks at court who pay attention to the words, they don't even have to know the system to know themselves and what's being done. So they just start picking apart the words. Well, what's that? What are you saying there? No, I don't understand that. No. It's common fucking sense. It's the same courting process that goes on between a man and a woman on the ground. They're going to rein you in and pimp on you. If you can't listen to what they're saying, pick out the words and ask them back what they mean, then they're going to ask you if you understand. You're going to say yes, and boom, just like that, you're in it.
It's the same dynamic when the beta chimpanzees look at the guy who gets all the girls, all the women, and they go, why does he get all the women? Why does he must be doing something. And then they try to emulate him, and then they read his book, and then they get the, the mystery jacket and the peacock, earring.
Or they go right to the left brain analysis of all the stats, like how tall is he, how big is his dick, how much money does he have? No, you're in left brain when this is a right brain intuitive element. You're not accessing, so you can't do the proper analysis. It's instinctual and intuitive before it is intellectual.
I have guys tell me all the time, it's looks, status, and money. And I'm like, you're way off.
Well, if you want to attract if you want to attract a beta female, it's look, status, and money.
Right.
But, an alpha male who attracts an alpha female doesn't necessarily have to have look, status, and money. If anything, those things are a product of his beingness. Those things are not what defines him as a valuable being, right? His valuable beingness is what gives weight to those things.
I took my kids slave watching on Sunday in the mall. can only deal with about 30 minutes or so before the cringe gets too high. But we were walking around, and there's a car in the mall, and I'm showing my kid. I'm like, look, this car has tires just like women. All women have a vagina. Don't get tricked by beauty, kid. They all have tires. Yeah. And, it's not, you can't just get tricked by the tires and the beauty, There has to be some substance. And then we see all the slaves wearing masks. I'm like, look at these. These, they've kindly indicated to us that they don't have the fortitude, the mental fortitude, the spiritual fortitude to comprehend that they should breathe air. So, probably should avoid that one. It was fun. We had a good time.
Yeah, I like to sit around and sometimes observe the inherent hierarchical power and value systems and dynamics between the couples. And then you just kind of observe who immediately you can observe who has the power in the relationship. There's usually an imbalance of power one side to the other, and you can tell who has the power for what reason. You can watch the kind of, false leading, following behavior. It's very fascinating and revealing. You can start to tell a lot just by very little.
They finally kicked me out of this grocery store. They finally got the balls to kick me out. But yeah, you can only be here for 45 minutes. The last couple days, I've been here like 6 hours, man.
You're not buying anything.
Finally got the balls to kick. That's how he goes through life. Like he doesn't see it as them just being, gracious and letting him hang around and bum around there. It's like he was proving something. They finally got the balls.
Nah, it's just funny. I knew something was gonna happen. I see them staring at me, and they're finally like, "Oh, you just gotta say something to this guy."
AJ's the guy who shits in the toilet that's on display at fucking Home Depot. He comes in, takes a shit in a non-working toilet. And he's not quite sure if he did it on purpose or to be funny. No one's sure. Him, anyone watching.
And then he goes to the front and goes, "Hey, I was looking at these toilets. There's a shit in one of them.
You're a twisted motherfucker."
And they go, "Oh my God, sir!" And you're like, "I was looking to buy 20 toilets for my warehouse, and I'm just appalled."
Nah, not the case.
No, he shits in the toilet and then fills out a complaint and goes, "You guys got the nerve to sell toilets here that don't even work? The shit didn't even go anywhere."
I didn't know there was a 45-minute limit, but it's all good. I was respectful. I was reasonable.
You piece of shit.
And I'm out of here.
I'm fucking sick of you.
All right, Brian O'Shea and Ian are sick of you.
You guys want to see me go crazy on these people? Is that it?
No.
Not really.
Yes.
Agent of Chaos.
I'll start acting like Benton. Fuck you!
Fuck you! Jesus!
That one always gets me. That's a good one.
I see you down the block, partner. I don't even walk this way. I'm armed.
I'm a trucker, partner.
We'll figure it out, motherfucker.
All right, we got to get back. Can we get back to Chili, guys? This isn't about you. No, not Days of Our Lives either. Chili decastrated. Here.
It was a big transsexual. I don't know.
That the court heard during the trial here. As to the claim that, hey, there were issues before trial and there should have been First Amendment issues raised or briefed prior to, Your Honor, defense counsel was able to argue the First Amendment defense. Your Honor heard these arguments both during the trial and during closing arguments. Mr. DeCastro, when he took the stand, raised them as a defense, but Your Honor held, after listening to all of the evidence and applying the law, or found him guilty regardless. This was not a First Amendment issue. The state stands by that. This was simply the defendant breaking the law. And he was sentenced accordingly for his behavior. It was a conduct, it was a consequence, an appropriate sentence imposed by the court to the defendant. And so we would oppose any kind of change or any kind of bail setting or an OR at this point. This is not a pretrial detention. This is not a pretrial, as Valdez-Jimenez was cited also in defense counsel's motion. Valdez-Jimenez stands for pretrial detention. Mr. DeCastro is no longer cloaked with the presumption of innocence. He has been found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by Your Honor. And so at this point, I would ask that the 6 months sentence that you imposed stand and that he remain in custody.
Mayor.
Can I ask the interpreter to quit reading? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So the interpreter over there, yeah, Malik speaking. Oh.
I'm talking about
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
interpreter. Yes, go ahead.
Your Honor, the statute we cited is, in fact, just discretionary to you to determine on appeal, pending appeal, whether a bit of appeal bond can be issued. I hear the state. I recognize that you found him guilty. I'm not trying to in any way argue that. On appeal, there are legitimate issues. The court can see that, there are some First Amendment issues just from watching the video, things that a court could consider on appeal. And so that's the only basis I'm bringing that up on. But given the fact that I think he really is contrite for what he's done.
I disagree. Have you watched the videos that have been posted since he's been incarcerated?
I'm in a murder trial.
Okay, so.
So I had a chance.
So he's gonna apologize to me in a minute, but that's not what he's saying on what he's publishing online in his phone calls from the jail. That's not what he's saying at all. And are you aware that he has a trial pending in Las Vegas Municipal Court? He has a case pending in Good Springs Justice Court, where he continues to manufacture situations where he'll get arrested.
Your Honor, I recognize that's what he was sort of doing for a living, and this is, he's now being incarcerated.
Right.
And
so what he's saying in the couple of weeks since he's been
Right. So now you got the broad basically saying they keep catching you playing both sides because you're talking shit and popping shit over the phone and acting like you're doing an expose. And then you want to come to court with all that. She's like, so why are you still popping shit online? Why are you calling Brian from High Implex trying to run up a bag of 100,000 within a week? Why are you doing all that? You don't seem very remorseful and contrite to me. You seem like you're playing both fucking sides. Oh, it's part of his living. Well, is he doing rights and freedom or is he running a business, fuckface? Another genius councilman who just dragged you into the jurisdiction of commerce by claiming that you online standing up for rights and freedoms is a fucking business, which you admitted to on the fucking tape. Calling Brian, saying that the whole reason for trifolds is to run a business. So you keep putting yourself in their commercial jurisdiction and your goofy counsel keeps alluding to you's all running a business where you got to get locked up to get paid. Stupid motherfucker. And then you want to fucking ride the line and fence ride and play both sides and expect them to see you as honorable. You're embarrassing yourself.
You're forcing her to check you again and tell you you're a bitch and give you more time to learn the fucking lesson of what needs to really be learned here. This is beyond amazing.
Been incarcerated when he calls from the jail and
stop the fucking cap, like they say on the ground nowadays. Young people, stop the cap. Stop the fucking lukewarm fence riding bullshit. Stop appealing to whoever your fucking audience is. Be yourself. Have some conviction. Stay true to yourself. Be authentic and accountable. Surrender the rest. Act like an honorable, faithful man of some level of self-respect and respect for truth, more importantly.
he's about saving me. Okay, so he's going to apologize to me now, but that's not what he's doing publicly. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, sure. I hear that.
Because you guys keep wanting to conflate commercial jurisdiction with common law jurisdiction. You keep wanting to conflate the public business and the private affairs. And that's another one of your problems. You don't know how to move in these venues, either of them, really.
To consider that there may be legitimate issues. I think there are for Judge Levitt to consider. And I think these are sort of issues of first impression. That was the other thing I saw, is that in the state of Nevada, I can't find any.
Bro, you guys, that's the point. He's saying rewind. Look, this is the point. You guys don't understand there's consequences to everything, and you're not even reading the room. You're at a jail you might have to return to, and you're crying like a bitch in the room when there's a bunch of other convicts in there who ain't doing that. Like, it just doesn't make you look good. So when you got to go back there and do the rest of the 180 days, they're going to be over your shoulder going, hey, the castrated, why don't you cry for us again like you were at court after you were popping all that shit? You don't understand brotherhood. You don't understand loyalty. You don't understand fraternity. You don't really understand anything. You guys do ego and bravado and pride. You don't even understand that. You can't even ego right, it seems. I don't know what to say.
Case law that specifically talks about this filming of police officers. What I would say to the court is I recognize that it's obnoxious behavior. That's what it appears to be. Whether it's protected is another thing that I think higher courts need to look at. But I can see if the court has already made up the court's mind.
Well, I want to be clear. I did not have a problem with him filming, and I said that when I sentenced him. That was not the issue. It was the safety issues that he created with his behavior. And I also did not sentence him because of his ridiculous behavior in court. That wasn't why I sentenced him to jail. I sentenced him because I found him guilty beyond reasonable doubt, and I thought that was the appropriate sentence. I could have given him 180 days on each count and ran it consecutive for a year in jail, but I didn't. And his behavior was unacceptable in court, but that's not what I sentenced him for. I did not sentence him for his behavior in court. I sentenced him for his behavior for the 2 charges that he faced.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so your motion is denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. The motion is denied. I hate all this groveling and humbling oneself before her honor. I hate all this stuff. And no human being should ever accept that somebody would want to grab the ring of power so that other people can grovel at their feet. Just tells you everything you need to know. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not giving any kind of legal advice or anything in this. I'm
Thanks
just
for telling us.
my perspective on this. No apology should be made. No. The only crime that was committed was the crime of the officer and putting his hands on a guy who was just video recording. And I saw a couple people saying that Long Island Audit is being arrested as we speak right now. Maybe we can go to that. But also Jersey Watcher said something about getting out a story. And I guess.
Well, yeah, let's be clear. This thing is fluid and dynamic, and it makes assessments as we go along spiritually. And when it starts to see folks like me and others taking a position and effectuating change and being an influence, it's going to start to double down on making examples out of people, because it's already identified the rest of you are a bunch of bitch ass slaves, and it's already got its way with you. Now it's got to make examples out of the motherfuckers who've been standing up and shining to put everyone to bed. See, it knows what it's doing. You's all locked down the last 4 years. It's ready.
I don't know what it is or how it works. It works through people just like God does, right? It's in us, not on us and around us, and it works through us. So, yeah, it's already established. We're coming for everything. And in order to do that, we got to lock you down again. We got to implode economies. We got to do world war and civil war, and we got to get everybody to turn on themselves and each other to really effectuate this. So, yeah, don't be surprised if you start seeing motherfuckers get made an example out of, because they know what's true and what's right, and they also know they've overlaid an AI over everyone. And if you believe it, then you will see it. And if enough people buy in, then it's almost impossible to turn it backward without it feeding in on itself, it would seem to me. Your thoughts, Lewis and others? JG is back. Hopefully he has better thoughts.
They've got about 5 or 6 of the high-level auditors. I never did like that term, but they've got 5 or 6 of them now with Long Island audits of the bigger ones in jail. I think they're trying.
That's why you don't call yourself audit, but they won't listen to Paulie Boy because they had too much money and too much views. Well, so they had no reason to listen. I tried to tell them when they call me an auditor, I'm not that, and I think you should stop calling yourself that, because here's a clue. You don't have any business trying to audit U.S. corporation and all the fictitious entities in between. If you're claiming to not be subject to it and not a member of it, then you got no business auditing it. That's for them and their people to do, not you. So when you claim to be an auditor, you indirectly put yourself into their system, into their construct, and then you say that you believe you're there to hold them to their statute, policy, and code, which makes you one of them. I don't understand why anyone would take that entitlement. Go ahead, Lou.
What gets me is they don't maintain their side, their honor. They switch the goalposts. They change the rules.
You're crackling. You're crackling like DeCastro's roommate's anus. You're popping and crackling.
Okay, how's that? They change the rules. Yeah. They move the goalposts. They don't stand on what their side of the bargain is, whatever they believe it is. Whether you belong in it or we belong in it or not is another story. What I'm saying is they don't stand on the truth either.
Stop calling Lou. He's podcasting.
Right.
Damn it, Lou, you're worse than me.
Well, yeah, I mean, what he's saying is these fucking people, they're not standing on anything positive. They're simply like projecting their victimhood. They're just like, I'm a victim. The system victimizes everyone. Let's go and film that. And there's nothing beyond that, in my opinion. They're not doing anything after that.
They're going out of their way. It's a stupid move.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between upholding the law and projecting yourself into other people's contracts and affairs that you obviously have no understanding of. And we're so deep into the non-understanding of what already is that you'd be hard-pressed to even compel anyone in these situations to understand what the fuck I'm saying or what's written there or what it alludes to or what even is directly expressed. You can't even get one of these fucking hypnotized drones to look at the damn Supreme Court decision or even interpret it properly or even listen to the interpretation of what's there. This is just how deep we're into this, right? So, go ahead and try to swim upstream. I think you're going to get carried away with the current. We're like, you got to assess where we're at a certain point, individually and collectively. At this point, like I told Steve Martin, like I told DeCastro, like I told all of them who keep telling me they want to go into the fucking Zion and blow it up and do this, that, and the third. You're just doing martyr behavior, right? At the end of the day, you have to get on the land. You have to fend for yourself. You have to create a livelihood and a future and a destiny for yourself and your family. You got to be free and self-sustainable and self-sufficient, and you got to live within your means. Once you're done with all that by the end of the day, then you just do your affairs as far as record keeping, keeping the property, holding it in trust, all the rest of it. That's how you uphold the law and equity in trust. And you keep yourself out of their games, out of their system, out of their jurisdiction, out of their fucking way until the time when they potentially come for you physically. That's a different conversation. Why you all want to keep being in it, of it, around it, trying to interact with it, intercourse with it, trying to argue with it is beyond me.
Status, ego, foolishness.
Right. They just can't let go. They can't surrender in faith. They have to be in a fight. They have to be at war. They have to be in some tangle, in some web. They have to justify their position and their cause. There's nothing to prove here. There's nothing new under the sun. You're not proving it anyway. If anything, you're helping to disprove all the shit that I'm here proving with my beingness and my results. So I don't see any benefit to what you're all doing. I don't believe God does either, that you all want to claim to be a standing for and with. I think it's just one big fucking pride ego trip where you just lack understanding and the emotional capacity to surrender in faith, not submit to the tyranny.
I think people are
your own tyranny or others. Go ahead, Tim.
I think they're too entitled to the society that they, like the slaves in the pyramids, like they feel entitled to a part of the pyramid that they helped to toil for 30 years to build. Like they went to the slave school, they've had their white collar bullshit job in town, working for the municipality, right? They can't come to terms with like the county is just like, it's a private thing. Like the count owns it. Like they're just, they don't have any property. Actually, they don't even know how to secure it. They keep paying all the taxes and they feel like they own something because they've been a slave so much, but they don't. They can't comprehend. Like I had this feeling when I saw people traveling during ClownVid and like I saw people like, I'm going to take all the medications and I'm going to get all the treatments and then I'm going to go and mask up so I can go to Europe. And then I saw people there like all zombied out, right? And I sat there and I go, why do these people feel entitled to go visit Paris or Rome or any of these cities? And I'm like, that's not mine. It's not mine. Like, it's not theirs. Like, it's owned. You don't have no interest there. You may say, oh, I have ties back. Like, that may be the only case. But most of these people are going to places that they don't have any familial ties with. Why are you entitled to, oh, well, I have to travel to Paris? No, they don't owe you shit. And so it was very freeing in that moment. I sat there and I said, you know, I don't fucking have to go to any of these places. And I'm damn well not going to go and, you know, sacrifice any of my morals or rights to do so. I'm fucking fine right here, wherever the fuck I am.
Yeah, these folks want to be entitled to live in a free world when they're not free spirited. And it's just, you know, as within, so without, as above, so below, for a reason. So you don't live in a free world because the majority of you are not free spirited. You're caged creatures from the inside out, whether you want to accept it or not. So you've manifested those conditions from without. Now you have to operate within that simulation and those conditions for the highest good for yourself and others, based in truth and principles and value systems. There's many we could pick from subjectively, I guess. That's where it becomes, I guess, a subjective conversation. Because they'll tell you, well, success is a status, an entitlement, a position, some money, some worldly power. We know the cliches. And we see where it goes. So again, oftentimes it's a bit of this and that, it seems. And folks are not understanding either side of these dynamics, let alone incorporating this and that.
Yeah, the gung-ho auditors, they're doing their own theater, and it backfires on them. It's like, why do you even got to try to do a theater bit? Let the tyrants do the theater, you know?
Right, like when they see my record and they go, Paulie Boy travels freely, he gets stopped, he puts it on record, that's his conviction, he stands on that, and then they watch me for like months or years not have any interactions with policy enforcement while you folks are constantly creating content. They start to make determinations about who and what you are and what motivates you, right? So they'll like go look and see, okay, Paulie Boy broadcasts thousands of hours a year, but he's not having interactions with policy enforcement beyond what's necessary for him to uphold the law and his rights. So, I mean, you know, at a certain point, they make a determination. I'm not on here to audit. I'm not on here to create content by creating controversy and drama or feeding into it. If anything, I'm trying to stop it through an understanding. I got nothing to prove here. It's already been proven.
I think the Clausen clip should be played at least once per episode, and I'd like to shoehorn it in here if possible.
Go ahead.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. Of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
Right. So that's a guy who also thinks he's an individual, doesn't realize on the highest level he's avatared. So he's an agent of chaos, as your boy likes to say. Right. Their whole game is trying to get you into war with them by being at war with yourself and not being in alignment with the understanding of what is. Right. They use information differential to create a power differential. The same thing they do at court. It gets you in doubt and at war with yourself, and then indirectly at war with them. And then it allows them to write you up as somebody who they can, I guess, puppeteer.
JJ.
I'm just thinking.
And then
imagine if all these fucking clowns who wasted all their time with me doing content and interviews did what the fuck I said 2 years ago, got on the land together, secured their rights and their paperwork and their status, upheld the law, and actually had on-the-ground communities. Like, they've already done it in Nevada. They stopped enforcing statute, policy, and code to strictly uphold the law of the land, which is protecting everyone's rights to pursue happiness absent some direct threat or cause of loss, injury, and harm. It's already been done. It's already been proven. You guys don't want to do it. You don't want to be it. You don't want to have to live it all the way. And then when you do be it and live it on some level and you get the least bit of consequences, you want to fold. That's not going to get it done. You're going to have to come out of your fucking churches and out of your condos and out of your fucking cubicles and all the rest of it. You're going to have to get back on the fucking land. You're going to have to form communities, stand for rights and freedoms, and then surrender in faith. I don't see any other way this is going to get done. You're not going to pay your way out, represent your way out, vote your way out, or pray your fucking way out.
Is it ironic then that Chile was arrested in Nevada? Me too.
Yeah, because again, we have the ideas of counties, like your man just spoke about. They've created a construct within construct within construct to insulate from the rest, to compartmentalize. So again, is it like a coincidence that you folks are all drawn to the most Luciferian locations? Why is it you folks are in the most bright lighted, false lighted Luciferian locations? I bet you're not out in the middle of nowhere. I bet you're not out in nature as much as you could be.
Talking to me?
I bet whoever, whatever, where you guys find most of these problems is usually in the most false lit Luciferian places. I've been out in the middle of nowhere. I see how men talk to me. I see the difference at court versus these circuit courts at Denver, right? Or the rest of these places. I see the differences. It's common fucking sense. You're more likely to get folks who are down to earth, based in common sense, have some ethic and last vestige, as Tribe likes to say, the enunciation of rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. They have some vestige of being God's people and having family values and caring about this land. Not when you go to Las Vegas, they don't. Las Vegas Metro, oh no, they don't. Not when you go to Denver, they don't. You get where I'm going with this? So when you go to Sin City, don't expect them to be faithful people. Don't expect them to even understand what the fuck you're saying. They're children of the lie. You're talking to the devil's child, expecting him to understand faith and truth. Good luck.
Do you know that the greatest rock climber in the world who does free solos moved to Las Vegas for the mountains?
You didn't listen to a fucking word I had to say.
You didn't listen to what I just said.
You just tried to justify and defend your position, which is obviously A, not under attack by me, and nor is it defensible. Because it's undoing itself from underneath itself, from within.
I asked you if it was ironic that I am in Nevada and I got arrested and charged with
Nevada's a pretty big place.
But to immediately after that question say, you people going to Sin City, you're not in the mountains.
There, no?
All I asked was whoever, whatever is attracted like moths to a flame to the sinful cities, ask yourself what you're doing there ultimately. What compels you to be there? And why are you surprised when you get the results of that place and that ilk?
Isn't it ironic that O'Shea feels the need to get validation from Sin City in its comedy clubs?
What are you talking about, you skinny fucking freak? Please say that sentence again.
Brian Saudi.
Isn't it ironic that you go to these cities and their shit comedy clubs to seek desperate validation for your craft from slaves?
Where else can you do stand-up comedy?
Anywhere.
Right here. We're doing it every day. It's sit-down comedy. It's more relaxing.
You fucking pussy, Timmy.
I'm a pussy?
Yeah. For that
Why?
statement. Say your sentence again. I'm seeking validation at comedy clubs.
Yes.
When I'm starting to get paid, starting to make actual progress with it. You skinny freak.
On some level, do you go in there and you freak out because you're worried about what the crowd is going to say about your shitty jokes?
You're such a fucking pussy, dude. You're the biggest fucking pussy. You've never been on stage. You ran from America to do a fucking passport, bro. You're gonna
I
come
have
at
been on
me,
stage.
you fucking 110
I have been on stage.
fucking bitch.
I've traveled all the world. I have been on stage.
You can compare whatever the fuck you did to what I do. You fucking freak.
I did a spoken word for 5 minutes. Killed it. And I've spoken on stage multiple times. Killed it every time. Because people want to hear what I have to say.
You're such a fucking pussy, dude.
Why am I a pussy? How am I a pussy
Because you're
for
fucking
saying
saying you went on stage one time and killed it. And you're trying to like.
No, I said I went on stage one time and did a spoken word, and then I said after that, I've been on stage multiple times to do speeches and killed it every time. I don't need the fucking validation of the crowd. I'm already there. I was asked to speak. You're desperately going anywhere where people will hear you tell horrible jokes. You hope that they like it.
Fucking pussy, dude.
You guys are cool here, huh? Anyone into nipples or what? Good vibe here today.
Pepperonis.
You're the biggest fucking pussy, dude. Trying to shit on my fucking progress any desperate way you can.
You're getting so emotional. I just asked a question. I just said, isn't it ironic?
Ever feel like Biggie Smalls, like cockeyed and breathing heavy? I am right now.
This is my safe space. Please respect it.
Oh, Babylon is finally
Doesn't work
validated.
like that, dummy.
All right,
If
don't
it's
Shay, don't
50
start
years.
running with the clips crazy. Just talk. Use your words. No
Hey,
clips on
Brian's doing his
stage.
thing. I'll give
There's
you
no
props,
clips
Brian.
on. Brian, there's no clips on stage. Stop it.
Yeah, I'll give you props, Brian. I mean, you're trying, but you're still a white belt. Nowhere near a black belt.
I'm not like shitting on him trying, by the way. Like it's good.
Brian,
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm making major progress. I'm hosting at a comedy club today. In 2 days, getting paid again after killing it for my first 20-minute set. You fucking skinny fucking freak bitch hater.
Did they pay you with another $10 Starbucks gift card? Fuck you, JG.
See, you already lost, O'Shea. The fact that like
Piece of shit. I'm fucking sick of you.
don't do that. The fact that you're already like
You
you're
guys
getting
are fucking pathetic. Beyond pathetic.
by what I'm saying means you already lost.
Running away with the
You're
clips.
an idiot. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
If you go into the ring and you're like,
You
oh,
dumbass.
I don't know if I'm gonna win.
Dumbass.
You already lost.
A lot of looping does go on here.
Go ahead, Brian. I know you're pissed. Just fucking unload on him already. Like you're trying to hold it in.
I already did. What the fuck? Like I didn't say what the fuck I felt already? The hating, watching, waiting, hating, skinny, fucking passport bro freak.
Right.
Whose wife likes his
Passport
family
bro.
more than him.
That's a new wrinkle. See, he added. I knew there was something else in there. He had to get out. You're a passport bro.
Damn
Skinny
it.
freak.
Travel the world as a free man. I'm so bad and stupid. I travel happily like a free man.
God of all media.
Blah, 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 blah. I'm skinny. Ew. I'm not a big fat ass. I move around sometimes. Yeah. I have a foreign wife. Damn it. Why didn't I pick a big American Slav masculine hoe? I'm such an asshole. Why didn't I honor the America?
Why did you go to the trailer park with Jeffrey and get blown by Annie in front of him?
I would love to fucking see you face to face.
Hey, you made me laugh, O'Shea. Good job.
Fuck you! Jesus!
Different strokes. Different strokes for different folks.
I mean, what would you do, O'Shea, if Sin City just shut down for a year and you couldn't go there to get validation for your art? I mean, what?
Blowjobs.
That'd be like an existential crisis, right? I'm not trying to be an asshole. Like
Once again, I'm making major progress. Like, what is your deal with hating, dude?
Dude, I'm
literally
this isn't
hosting
hating.
a show. Like, what is your problem?
No, I'm just asking you as a man. I've thought about this myself many times as a man, as a philosophy guy, and you know, just thinking
You're
about.
an idiot. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
And making them interesting to think about. No, I'm being serious, dude. Like, have you thought about that? Would you implode if you couldn't figure that out?
That's you.
That was me in the past. That's true. I did need external
Do you know where you are
where
right
you
now?
are right now?
Don't appreciate it. And if it continues, you will not be welcome here. So what do you have to say about that?
O'Shea, are you entertaining throwing Timmy out of here with your new keys? Are you not going to have him here? Oh, man, he's dunking him.
You're going to get M. Davis to throw me out? I don't think he's going to do it.
Timmy, like, seriously, he's making major progress with the comedy. Like, why are you Why are you hating?
Oh my god. Question.
Oh no.
Just one question. Not allowed.
This is getting weird.
Watch your waiter
All right,
hater.
you gotta leave him up, O'Shea. We gotta find out why he's hating.
What would I do without the comedy club? I would continue to drink piss in my car and have no internal compass.
Hold on, he's singing a song. Don't cut him off.
No internal compass. Nowhere to go. No shoes or to stand on. I just need to make hard people laugh. Hope that other people laugh. Because if they don't, I don't know who I am. Because
What are you
I'm basing my
talking about?
happiness
I'm getting paid, dude. It's
on the
what
crowd.
are you talking about? Like you don't
That
make any
doesn't
sense.
equal anything.
It's not
Have you
equal
not learned
anything.
anything? You can get paid
Literally the
50 million. Have you
hardest
not
thing-
heard Cat
literally the most
Williams?
difficult and hardest thing to do in the world. People would rather die than talk on stage. And I'm
That's
literally
not
getting
me.
paid
I
to
don't
do
know. You're like 50 years old. You have a fear of public speaking.
it. He's literally just being a dirty hater right now.
O'Shea, you can't do that on stage at Kill Timmy. Like Kill Tony, this is Kill Timmy. You can't just cut him off. That's not where comedian shines. You got to use your words. You got to womp on him.
You have the
You gotta
mic.
womp
I have the
on 'em.
mic. You talk over him. You don't let them talk. That's what you do when you have the mic on stage. The thing you don't do is give him the mic. So I'm taking the mic from him.
Yeah, but that's not this venue. This is Kill Timmy. Everyone has a mic.
He's just a hater bitch, dude. It's not even funny. Or it's like,
Well, then
it's
you
not my
gotta
thing
go
anyway.
back at him. You gotta respond. You can't just throw him out. But Mod
Yeah, I
got
can,
him.
because it's not.
You can't do like Illuma Tommy does, and Mod got everyone you're getting scared of.
Because he wouldn't do this in person. He would be 10 feet away
Yes,
from
I
me.
fucking would. Well, we are big tough.
Oh my god! Now he's gonna act tough.
Don't make me give Timmy his own set of keys so that you can't
Dude,
throw him out.
You're
You'd have to
acting
take
tough
mine
right
away
now.
to do it.
Digitally throwing me out. You
You're such
wouldn't
a
do this in
hating,
real life.
skinny freak bitch, dude. You have nothing to stand on. You're nowhere. You're exactly the same as Flow State, Cynthia. Everyone who's like come at me recently when I'm making my progress. You're exactly like them.
Dude,
right
you're acting like a fucking child. I'm simply.
You are.
You keep throwing me out. You wouldn't do this in person. You wouldn't throw me out with your hand.
How much do you weigh to me? And how tall are you?
Irrelevant.
You're gonna pick him up and throw him out the window now
I
in
can
real
weigh-
life.
Irrelevant.
Bag.
It's irrelevant.
I could be a plastic bag. You wouldn't throw me out.
You can't even pipe up to your wife, and she runs the whole thing with her family. She's more in love with her
How
family.
do you know? I come up here and share one thing about how the fucking state is trying to do something to our family and try to slave us up, and then their family's taking the government side, and I'm come up and share that with you, and that's my wife running my life. That's far from it, sir. Incorrect. I'm not shitting on your progress, man. You're having a conversation about Babylon in Sin City, and I just asked a question. If you can't handle that, that's you.
Yeah, I'm just a passive aggressive bitch.
I'm being direct. This is aggression. I'm being direct. This is a direct aggression. I asked you a direct question that you're
Not
too
when you
afraid
had
to
that
fucking
voice
look
a
at.
second ago. You were trying to act like you're not being a hating bitch.
It says isn't being.
I would
hating.
love to fucking see you face to
You
face.
can't handle the truth. Why don't you just like
You're a
reflect on my
fucking insecure bitch, man.
You're the one insecure.
Just
you're
because
insecure.
you have a mouth doesn't mean you
You're
have to
insecure
fucking
with your
use
art
it.
and your craft, and you can't look at that because you're afraid of what that would mean if I was right.
What do you?
Because
What is
I
your
looked at
point?
this.
What is your point, you skinny freak? I
Okay,
do the
what happens
hardest
to your
thing in the
what?
world to
Yeah.
get paid at it, and you're trying to hate on
Okay,
it.
I'm not hating on that. I'm just saying what happens to your identity if that goes away.
What
Just
happens to
asking
your
as a man.
identity if your wife starts fucking a Filipino in front of you instead of behind your back?
That's a loaded question, but if that were to happen, I'd say okay and leave and move on.
Great. So what is this? What is like? You're bringing up hypotheticals that have nothing to do with anything, dude. Like I don't have other options for things. Like I don't do other things. Like I don't talk about other interests of mine. Like you're just a skinny
Okay, well,
freak, dude.
Okay, well, is that a good idea to put all your eggs into one proverbial basket?
Don't I stream for hours and hours a day, like on my own stream, getting good numbers, making
Shout out to
progress, having
Floki
guests
Point.
come up to Paul's? Like, you think I'm a one-trick pony? You're such a fucking hating fucking bitch, dude.
Am I?
Yes, you are.
Everyone's got to appreciate.
All right, no more.
Everyone's got to fucking bow down and suck my dick in public.
You're such a female, dude. It's unreal. You ask me any of the same questions.
If you get past your
I would just
conclusion.
reflect on the question and then answer it. Like you get so like you crumble. I ask you a single question and you go, "You're a hater."
Is anyone else just sick of this fucking hating fucking loser? Or is it just me? Is he not being the biggest fucking hater bitch right now?
The real world.
I don't know, man. Like it seems like you're being really defensive and reactive to what he's saying.
It's because he's being a hater bitch, and it's like, what's the point of it? I hate that you're fucking getting off on it, Paul.
What? Put me out now?
Yeah.
You're walking a dangerous tightrope now. See, this is what they always do. I knew you would do this.
This is why I'm your best ally, because I'll do this to you. No one else will do this to you. When you're out of pocket, you get called out on it.
I'm not in need of that. I didn't ask for that.
Please tell me it's not a cheese sandwich. Please tell me it's not a cheese sandwich.
It's not.
It's not a cheese. Okay.
You're getting angry. You're getting bitter and resentful. The hate's spreading.
I'm gonna drop JG just because.
You're saying that Timmy's hating, but you started hating on him, throwing him out, attacking him. Now you're throwing me out, attacking me. Your hate is spreading.
No, it's not. You guys are out of pocket right now. You're just out of pocket, dude. You're an idiot. You don't understand.
So all of a sudden, because you have keys, you get to decide what's going to go on here because you don't like it.
No. I'm speaking sense, and you're both just being bitches right now. You're not always right all the time, Paul. Just because it's on your broadcast.
I was just going in and out. I was listening. I was enjoying hearing you go back and forth with him.
You're
bringing me into
nonsense of him being a bitch. You're not right 100% of the time, even if it's on your broadcast.
I didn't say that.
You're getting called out.
He was asking some tough questions, and you started getting resentful and bitter and defensive.
No, I'm not, dude. It's called passion. It's like, dude, you're both being fucking bitches. Like, just drop it. Let's move on. It's whatever.
I don't want to move on.
Down there, Horde just says OPTiCS are showing that Brian is being a bitch.
Yeah, one person who said that.
You
Chat.
just dunked
Who
me
said
twice.
that in chat?
You just dunked me twice. Why'd you dunk me?
Horde shows up
Fuck
and
that
fucking hasn't seen him in chat in fucking forever, and his overly suburban ass is gonna come here and say that.
All right, Brian,
Look,
pipe down.
Tons of people in the chat are saying, Brian, you're getting in your feelers.
On it.
Everybody, you're in your feelers, Brian.
Timmy just comes up here rageful, hateful, and Paul just fucking goes along with it.
Rageful and hateful? I'm simply pointing out that
for no
my
reason.
perception
You're victiming now.
That you're going after the comedy ring of power, and you may do anything to get it, and I'm pointing this potential fact out that you're so desperate for the validation of the Babylon comedy space.
You fucking religious losers.
You've tied your identity to this external thing, and you don't know what you'd be without it.
Fuck the Pope. You knocked the fucking Pope out unconscious in the cage fight, which he never answered my challenge. You get knocked the fuck out, boy.
Fucking religious loser.
Yeah. Bet your wife and her family are real religious.
No.
Brian is
a fucking insecure bitch, man.
No, that's you. That's you, actually, right now.
That's
you.
Okay.
I've been using that line on the street, man.
This is my safe space. Please respect it.
Yeah, look at Gary's most recent comment. Brian, you do a broadcast on triggering to try to open up a Now you're doing the talk on. When I do it, it offends you and you fall into the trap of what you were trying to point out in a different way, Gary. But yeah, I mean. And now you think you're elevated because some
A lot
douchebag
of looping does go on here.
gave you $50 to run the show
Piece
for,
of shit. I'm fucking sick
and
of
I'm a
you.
piece of garbage for
You
pointing
guys are fucking pathetic.
potential
Beyond
pitfall
pathetic.
that I've already fell in. I've already fallen in that hole.
That's you.
I'm just a piece of shit trying to,
That's you.
and you have horrible discernment.
That's you.
See the difference. Go ahead, fall in the hole. Go ahead. See you in 5 years.
That's you.
It was.
Timmy, when he undoes himself chasing this power that he obviously can't use without abusing himself or others, are you going to life coach him? Like 3 days?
Appreciate it. And if it continues, you will not
Are
be
you going to
welcome
life
here.
coach him like within the
I'm
next
gonna
5 years?
deputize Calcott.
So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, he's on a rampant clip tear to avoid accountability.
You're
So-
such pussies, dude. Suck my dick, dude, in public. Dude,
Oh, man.
you're
No.
a big
Says
fat
it?
fucking pussy
Who
and a
says
skinny
it?
pussy. Put
I'm a
together,
what?
you're two equal-sized pussies. You got a big fat ass pussy and a skinny ass pussy.
That
Right.
shit like
So-
white. That's like what white girls say. Suck my dick.
Yeah, you're supposed to be like the world famous comedian.
Nice hanging out with you, you fucking pussy bitches.
You're supposed to be the world famous comedian. All you
Shut up
got is
while
I'm
my song
skinny
plays,
and I
fucking
travel.
dude.
Shouldn't open your mouth. Shouldn't open your mouth. Shouldn't open your mouth.
Let's see your horrible.
Bitch. Open your mouth.
Were you mixed?
Shut up. Open your mouth. Bitch.
Mixing.
Shut up. Open your mouth.
Right
Now
in.
listen right here, you bitch asshole. Shouldn't open your mouth.
Oh, you gotta
Every
do
word I
something,
speak
man.
from here on out, gonna fill you with doubt. Going straight for your throat, this must be a joke, cause this how you cope. Bitch asshole at the end of your rope, line in the scope, low pro with the cloak, and dagger flabbergasted at the fatty blubber blabbing, blub blub blub, blub blub. I don't really give a fuck, ducking and diving, these conniving, two-faced species, feces on they face, they pace another lane, they dame man, 2 dimes, 2 times, shoe shine, my time to shine 2 times. Ooh, that boy, he slick, he smooth, he cold as fuck, duck, he gon' bust. Lust in your bitch bed, he gon' bust. That's Jeff and Nanny if I give 2 fucks. Afghanistan, that shit went bust. It's Iran who the man in whom they trust. No plan, the man don't stand out much, ain't been a man, and that's why you fucked.
Your thoughts,
Are
Timmy?
you done? Yeah, I don't know. Not much. Interesting flow, but can't really hear the words.
Brian, what are you doing right now?
He doesn't know.
He's taking over. It's a mutiny. It's only 3 days in. He's already forming a takeover, essentially.
He does this pretend stoic thing where he's pretending to be stoic, but he really just doesn't know what to say.
He's going to Lumatami on us.
Yeah, he went full Illumitranny.
He
This is what
desperately
got him
put
hung
in
up
the-
at the Kill Tony festival. Like instead of him coming back and insulting Tony, he just stood there. It was
Kill
like,
Tony sucks. That
stop
guy ain't
hating.
even funny. Kill Tony, you suck. You're not funny.
Come on, O'Shea, give the
Yeah,
fucking
he's
crowd
pouting.
something.
It's a fucking gay comedian. Like, he's not even funny.
Come on, I'm skinny. I'm a passport bro. I'm a Jew. Like, what else you got? I ran away. Is that
Well, I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew too, Timmy.
you got? You got nothing else? Either I'm amazing or you suck.
I'm trans ethnic now. I'm a Jew, trans Jew.
Why are you going silent, O'Shea? What's up with that, bro?
Because you're both just pussies, dude. You're gonna push me
So
away
you're not
from
going to
the
say
show.
anything. You're not going to interact with us.
There's
You're just going to
nothing
go
to say.
silent and just
You're
start
both
hitting
just hateful
videos and throwing
fucking
people
bitches.
out. And
Yeah, exactly. You're
What
both
is
just
that?
hateful fucking bitches, dude.
so
else
what
there
is
to
that though? Like, but
It's
what
called
is that?
indirect communication because it's more powerful than having to say anything. I could just clown you fucks without having to say a
It's
word.
like the art of war. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
don't
doing
have to
Sun
say
Tzu
anything.
right now?
I don't have to say anything.
Now you're posting pictures of Paul. What is going on here?
Yeah. What is he? He's having a meltdown. live on
Yeah,
air.
'cause this
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 is a
is
full-on
what
meltdown.
this is how you represent Paul's show, right? Because this is what Paul does,
This
right?
is what he does, right?
Stay silent and then show pictures on the screen.
He's got buckwheat up there. Like, how does this relate? Now he just threw Tammy out. This is how you represent. This is how you produce for my broadcast. This is what you do.
1,000 slaves, and he deals with them.
This guy's like Cartman from South Park.
And this is what you do.
Brian Cartman.
You guys are pretty cool, man. It's nice streaming with you. I guess I'll do my own fucking thing. You guys can't
are pretty
get out of
cool.
your fucking.
Now you're gonna run?
Not
Yeah,
running.
it's pretty predictable, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All
Paul's
strength.
got
Like,
a great 100% of the time. You can never be wrong and held accountable, especially.
now we're gonna do that. I got my own stream. I'm taking my ball and going home.
Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't I? If you guys are gonna be bitch ass motherfuckers to teach you a lesson.
That's you.
That's how you teach us a lesson.
AG, get the fuck out of here, you fucking weasel. Yeah, that's how I teach you a lesson. Did you play that video one time?
Because you're so valuable and important, you're going to remove yourself from our lives to teach us a lesson that we don't have you around.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Go ahead and say
So
it.
there's your like overly high opinion of yourself.
There's your
There's
subliminal
your
hate
like
right there
grandiose
coming out.
sense of self.
No. There it is. I'm not.
Because you didn't get something you wanted to.
Right?
Brian, do you realize that like it's like so predictable what you guys do that I call it out and then you just do it? Like I hope this.
No, dude, you're not right every fucking time, dude.
No, I've been right every time with every one of you. I give you. I give.
No, you're not, dude.
Hey, I called
Okay,
this
you're
already,
putting me out of
Brian.
my own broadcast right now to show
Yeah,
exactly what you are.
No, yeah, exactly.
You guys
No,
can't
you
handle
are.
any power, responsibility, or obligation because you're too reactive and in your feelers.
You are, fuckface.
I called this shit, Daddy.
You're the guy who goes around doing black panels to try to do trigonometry. And as soon as you hear something you don't like, you start trying to take false power and be tyrannical and then run
Wait, what?
and claim that
Whoa. Well, how did you just? How did you?
Tyrannical?
Say
He
that
said,
sentence again?
tyrannical Nazi.
Say that again, Paul.
you act
About
like
the
this
black
hasn't
panel?
been done before. We've done this loop before, and this loop's been done with dozens of other people.
So
It's the same
what
loop
about the
every
black
time.
panels? What about the black panels?
You go on black panels and then you do triggering, right? And you do mirroring and you play a whole bunch of games and you're in the power position because you got everyone else triggered. Soon as someone says something that triggers you that you don't like,
But
you
why?
can't.
If he's a hateful just bitch, like it's not triggering.
How
He's
has
just
he
being a
been hateful
bitch.
by asking you? By
Because he's
first
saying-
of all,
he's not asking. He's saying that I'm so desperate for validation that what if the comedy went away? He's just hating on my comedy shit for no reason.
is that
Just
true
to be
or not?
hateful and spiteful. Is what?
That's not
No,
true.
it's
Probably true.
It's not true.
So if it's not true, then why are you reacting to it?
because you're laughing along with it. And
No,
he's
I
just
think
being a
it's
hateful douche, and I'm just being passionate and calling him out on it. You guys are saying that I'm triggered.
Why? When did this become an us versus them dynamic in your mind? Because I was never.
Because you're not pointing out the obvious of what he's doing.
Well, because I won't talk for you again like I have in the past and defend you. I'm now on the opposing side because I stayed neutral and laughed at it.
You tried to jump. You tried to be a bitch like him. So you're both being.
Oh, okay. I was being a bitch because I stayed neutral and then was,
No, you
doing
didn't
the
stay
broadcast.
neutral.
And
You're jumping on Timmy's side and coming at me. So I let you
how
both have
did
it.
that
Both
happen
barrels.
exactly? I made an objective statement about Sin City, and you injected yourself into it because you were already defensive and triggered. You
No,
couldn't even.
I
let me-
asked you a question. I asked you about Nevada and
Right.
me and specifically about me, and then you started saying I said about me and DeCastro, and then you guys go, you guys attracted to Sin City for the fucking lights.
And then
the
all I
fucking
said
hookers.
objectively was ask yourself why you're like a moth to the light, attracted to the
And
false
then
light.
I brought up that the best mountain climber in the world moved to Las
Right.
Vegas.
You gave me some throwaway.
And don't I sleep in the middle of the nowhere every night in the mountains?
Again, you already took it as a personal attack when I was making an objective fucking statement about consciousness. You chose to see it about you, got defensive and triggered, and then started questioning me as if I was talking directly to you.
I asked you a question directly about me. So you can't say that you were being objective. You were straight up clowning me in my face on a broadcast.
Dude, you're so insecure in yourself and your life that you think everything's about you. And even when I'm playing a neutral position, playing up the game, it goes from gaming and broadcasting to your hurt feelers real quick and how you're going to like teach everyone a lesson. You got to get over yourself.
No, you do, dude, because aren't you
I'm
always
not
being
the one
accused-
defensive and triggered and making threats here when I go through all these things all day,
I'm
every day,
defensive.
and don't fucking play like that.
When you're passionate and standing up for yourself, you're not triggered and just passionate.
That's not the point. That's not the point. So sit there and fucking have a back and forth with him. Don't throw him out. Start playing clips because you're getting more and more.
Fucking bitch
It
ass.
starts off funny and cute, and then it becomes you and your hurt feelers, and you can't have a back and forth
with Flow State up here. Why do you not allow him?
This is why I can't give anybody any kind of power, and this is why you're.
Remember, I said he was going to start defending.
There you go. Now he's going to throw the warthog creature out.
I said he was going to start defending Flow State, and he just brought Flow State up. Remember, I called that.
It's incredible. They always dig their own hole and undo themselves. They always show themselves, dig their hole, and undo themselves. It's incredible.
Brian, you're Breaking Bad, but you're going to the cupcakes. I see it.
The only reason Snafu's here is because he sees that, just like yesterday, he wanted me, as soon as I got the keys, he was doing anything to try to get them taken away. And that's the only reason he showed up right now.
Well, I know I called this shit yesterday.
Well,
do exactly what you're doing now.
Exactly what
You
I'm
even
doing.
mentioned Flow. I called it to the T.
Like, just fucking Timmy and Paul, just take the L on this one. Like
You don't understand, Brian. I literally gave you the keys the other day, knowing your subconscious and where it would lead to.
Yeah, okay, Paul.
I literally gave you the keys like I have before with other folks. I gave you knowing your subconscious and what you'd most likely do with it. It started off great, and then you completely fumbled and dropped the ball. And now this is the best part. You just put all of us, including the host, me, backstage. As soon as I put you backstage, you just ran. There's the double standard hypocrisy. That's why you folks can't have power, responsibility, and obligation, because you can't use it even if you're given it while you crave it, because you don't have a foundational grounding in who and what you are and what you're doing, and you can't allow and surrender in faith. You're too in your lack of faith and insecurity and bad faith in your heart. It's a shame. Every single one of these folks, I play them like a fiddle without doing anything at all. I give them what they ask for. I take a step back. I allow them their freedom, and then they show me who and what they are and where they're oriented or what they become as soon as they're challenged the least bit in life and then want to blame other people for it. It's Brian Talcott, right? It's just like, this is why I say, don't shit on Talcott when everyone's got a little Talcott in them, if not a lot, and everyone does the same fucking shit all day, every day. And stop blaming me when... Again, I didn't go over to Brian's broadcast and need keys or anything else. I didn't play a power play with him. He said he wanted keys. I said, this will be interesting. I said, either it's going to be interesting and entertaining and or it's going to lead to Brian showing, like he did last time, some of himself and what he needs to work on. And here we are. What a surprise. It's not like this hasn't happened over and over again with all the folks who think that they're all special and unique and different and individual and don't react or respond the same ways. Game players, power game players.
Since when are any of us like above being just simply questioned about why we do what we do? I mean, isn't that what we're here? Like isn't this what we talk about? Consciousness, awareness, philosophy, why we do what we do, fulfillment.
Until it becomes a real practice, Timmy, right? It sounds good. It feels good. We may want it. We may see the necessity for it till we have to practice it. And then, that's when the feelers and the excuses and justifications come, right? Just like when you got a bunch of folks online who want community. As soon as it's time to go work or do something or be something, wow, that's when the energy changes, when you got to practice what the fuck you preach, right? I would know.
Isn't it? I mean, it's incredible that he equivocated me to people like Flow State. That was really interesting because he's just seeing his belief in himself is just so fragile. Any pushback against any just like blind positivity is just he just can't.
Now, how much do you want to bet he's going to immediately retreat to his channel and then start streaming and then start justifying and defending and making excuses and digging the hole deeper? Like, how much do you want to bet on that?
Well, not
prove
much,
that he has
because
his own channel, his own space. He can do his own thing, live his own life. You didn't love me, mom and dad. You didn't support me all the way.
like he has, and like he says, "Who are you, you fucking skinny?" I mean, he's deferred to me multiple times in conversations, and gotten a good game from me, and he's even acknowledged that countless times. And so, what one time when I'm actually doing the good work, right, and saying, "Well, what is it?" Because this is just this is life. You can't tie your existence to your external craft and then need to get the ring of power in that area. Like that's a bad path. You have to be free, like not caring in the outcome. And look at Lou down there. Hold up a minute, Timmy. You did not just question and you went off on him. I went off on him for nothing? That's your perception, Lou? That's amazing. So you don't think that I was responding to his just like blind, just immediate disdain? It's like when a demon is asked a question like, "Hey, why do you do that?"
Yeah, and then he wants to project that you're hating. I mean, even if you're razzing him or, pushing his buttons, it's like the button is only effective if when pushed, what's underneath it is sore. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
So it's like then that becomes a you recognition, right? It's really not about like it's not like we don't love Brian and care about him and want him to do well, but you push the button and then the reaction comes and then you want to say everyone else is hating. Well, maybe it's just a sore point for you. Right? If that's the case, and just say that. Don't present false strength. Don't start doing the excuses and justifications and defensive bullshit. Just say it's a sore point for me. I'd rather move on. See, the fake love and the fake hate is what gets you in trouble, right? Just like that false strength, false weakness shit.
Yeah, he's 50 years old and he's a comedian. He's from Chicago. He tries to act hard sometimes. It's like, what? I'm supposed to. Lou says you could have come at him with a different spirit. Are you kidding, dude? How many times do I call you, fat grease ball? Like, what? If we can't jest, I mean,
he just made a music fucking thing about me, calling me fat, saying I'm a bitch. I shouldn't have opened my mouth, intimating he'd do violence on me. And now we got to tiptoe around Brian's sensibilities when he's acting like a thug and a gangster half the time. Give me a break. That's that false self shit, right? You want to project all that false strength because you're in your feelers. You want to act to a false identity of a personality that's not really you.
And then I ask you one question about it and you fucking fold?
Yeah, you're going to have to develop some mental, emotional, and spiritual fortitude. And when you're not experiencing that, don't blame others for questioning you and you being self-doubting. Just look at it and work on it. And the way you work on it is by accepting what is in the moment, right? Not resisting it, fighting it, running from it, which is what you did. Fight or run. Adrenaline goes up. I feel challenged. Fight or run. It's 101, right? Don't tell me I'm not always right. It's not about me always being right. I'm right in these scenarios because it's observable behavior that applies to all of us. It's true for me. It's true for you. This isn't that mysterious, Yeah, ask my father. He knows a lot about the fight or run 101 because he likes to live his whole life in a false projection of who and what he is and what the world is. As soon as you criticize, critique, or challenge, it's fight and run central because right beneath the surface is a false self, a no foundation, no true understanding, and a bunch of feelers because he's got his mama's spirit. Let's be real about it. Why he won't come up on panel? Why they run in the opposite direction from me? Well, they run in the opposite direction from me and at some point run back into themselves and then remember that I am you. So keep running from me till you run into the mirror.
And he constantly is proving that point that he needs a validation from the audience. He's like streaming the other day, and then he goes into the comedy club and just abruptly ends it. Doesn't even say anything to the audience. I tell him,
it's
hey,
not a
you
good
should.
quality.
Yeah, I tell him, hey, you should figure out how to, figure out how to figure a way to get some of your stuff online so more people can see you. And he's like, oh, you fucking idiot, you can't do that. They don't let you stream. He's like, it instantly shits on everything I just said.
Right. It's simple. If you're in a space in your life where you can't do what you do consistently and not be undone with self-doubt, then don't put yourself in these positions and ask for keys and act like you're going to co-host. You ain't me. I've accepted who and what I am, better or worse. That's what allows me to do what I do and pretty much be quick, on the fly, sharp, concise, right? Able to respond. I'm very rarely, if ever, put back on my heels because I own who and what I am in the position. It's part of radical authenticity and accountability, for better or for worse. If you don't have that, then you need to set boundaries for yourself in order to maintain your position until you get stronger and flourish more and have more confidence and faith. I don't know what else to tell you. Don't blame other people for your reactions or lack of responses. That's a you thing.
I mean, people are like, Lou was saying I was being harsh. He was saying I was hating, but like, I think I was just saying that, like, the brutal, cold truth that, that as a man, I can't tie my fulfillment to something external, even if that's my craft. I can put my heart and soul into my craft, my business, whatever it is, my sports. But at the end of the day, like, it's just an external thing. It's just an external practice that flows from me. Like, that can't be all that I am. That's me. That would be me rejecting the source. And like, I thought about that a lot during the past 4 years. And I've seen, I mean, I used to play hockey. I played in high school, but like my whole life. And like, I looked at these motherfuckers in the NHL, like, masking up, like, what? And like, these motherfuckers, these are guys. If you talk to, I bet I talked to 99% of them one-on-one, not publicly, they would be like, yeah, this is bullshit. So they all folded. And we all know all the other sports folks folded. All of them folded. And
well,
so
I'm
I had
not
to
so
ask
sure
myself,
he's realizing that the reason he got his first paid gig and hosting opportunity, and then he'll say that I'm saying, like they all do, that I made him. It's the faith that's been cultivated here, right? Through him sitting here with us and doing what we do and cultivating that faith, right? And getting more and more into that trust and faith idea. He starts to live into that and it starts to show itself. And then rather quickly, they forget that it's the truth and the faith that is getting you where you're going. You think it's your personality and your ego and your reactions and beliefs and all the rest of it. That's what kept in your way the whole time. I'm helping you to remove all the shit that's been in your way this whole time. That's why you're so far into this and are now experiencing results. It has nothing to do with me as a personality. It's about what we do here and what I'm attempting to facilitate. Right? So again, like, stay true to yourself, stay true to the faith, respect the truth in every situation. Don't put your fucking false sense of self up in front of the faith and the truth. It's only going to undo you long term, and you're going to get taken from you what the fuck has been given to you.
yeah, Lou says, I'm not saying Brian doesn't have to change on some levels, but I have seen him move in a forward direction and he can take honest feedback. Yeah, obviously, Lou. Congratulations. He's a grown fucking man. As are you. What, just because, like, Talcott went outside today? Like, we all go, yay. What the fuck is this, a kindergarten? Come on, man. And I thought the motherfuckers that you respect the most, you want to tell you what the fuck is up. Isn't this just basic shit? Didn't we all grow up in our fucking neighborhoods with our friends razzing each other?
Yeah, Lou's getting a bit in his simp trick feelings because we've all seen Brian kind of, not have traction for a bit, and we all want to see him come up, so to speak, and get what's meant for him, not what he's accepted for. So yes, there's been progress, there's been forward momentum, but there also has to be discipline and temperance, and you got to watch your ego. Because if not, it's going to undo you anyway. If he gets more forward momentum and more opportunities, hey, listen, I would know, bro. I'm talking from experience. I'm always having to ride the line between letting that false self pop up in order to defend a position versus just standing true on who and what I am, what the position is, and then letting everything else go. So I'm not saying I'm always right. I'm not saying I have all the answers. I believe the answers that are true for me are also true for others. And that may sound like a bold, arrogant claim. So I just think that, again, there has to be recognition of what is, why what's happening is happening. And then there has to be an adherence to that understanding. If not, you're going to lose yourself. And that's okay. That's part of the journey, right? Is thinking you got it all figured out, thinking that you don't need faith in the truth, that you can just have it your way. What you want is more true than what is, and start being reactive and defensive. We all learn that shit. We all are reminded of that shit because we could learn it and know it, but then we got to be reminded over and over again throughout life, right? That's the practice. So, I mean, again, he didn't have to throw me out, throw everyone out. It started off as funny and a bit, humor as a coping mechanism, and then it gets real, right? And then he wants to run off. So unless he's doing an elaborate bit non-bit, which he may come back later and say he was doing, I don't think that's completely the case. I think that there's a lot of humor going on with folks as a coping mechanism, and right below the joke that's half truth is a sore spot and some self-doubt and insecurity and fear. How would I know? Because I look into me at times. Probably true for me. It's probably true for you.
I got news.
How does it go again? The truth, yo, is real. Optics and play B system.
Life's
No, I got news.
and those illusions are up to us to decipher and discern what is the truth, yo. Ladies and gentlemen, the world stage is being set, the B system is in play, and the optics are high. And that is the truth, yo. I'm Snaps Who Snaps, you guys are the Snaps Who...
That's your cue, man.
Breaking news, Snafu Snaps. Optics high truth, yo.
Ryback, the ex WWE wrestler, he was a jobber, but he still worked for Vince McMahon and all them. Well, I was on his podcast and me and him had a chat, and I called his ass out about what he knew about the Crispin Wall ritual optics that many of us have talked about over the years. I'm working on that video, but I called his bitch ass out on it on his podcast. It was an interesting convo.
All right, let's wrap up. I think I'm done. Unless you guys want to monitor Slave Cot in his intransigence and incompetence.
I only want to monitor Slave Cot if you take me to the candy store and go over there and give them real life coach lessons.
You want me to walk you over there?
Yeah, I want you to go over there. I am on block. I should go over there and Daddy now.
Daddy, will you walk me into the ball pit? will you hold my hand when we get in the ball pit?
Yeah, Snappy. I got one right here.
Snappy. Come on, bud. Come on, Slugger.
For you, bud.
Your boy's at it.
See that?
Look, he's already
That's on
looking
you
for
now,
me. He's already
because
looking off screen for
I
the.
actually, according to
being
Jack, was kind of one of
restreamed
his
and
bigger
pissed.
haters or whatever. But I swear, like, that doesn't mean I don't
Haters.
see
Everyone's
value.
got haters. Guys, we come here every day. I'm the only one here with haters because I'm the only one here worth hating. Okay? Rest of you guys are really lacking in value and importance. You don't have haters. You have folks who are desperately trying to hold you accountable because they realize you're all fucked up. All right? That's what Tommy claims he's doing with me while he's actually jealous and envious and hating. See how that inverse mirror works? So you don't have haters. You got to have value, power, standing, status, a mouthpiece, be a real player on the field in order to have haters or fans. You don't have any of that, fans or haters. You have folks who are desperately worried about you on all sides and either giving you shit as a charity case or pointing out how you need to do and be better. It's pretty simple. I didn't want to destroy the party here. I didn't want to destroy the legend in your own mind fantasy.
Yeah, I think that's obvious, right? So,
Oh,
if you
good for you to just hijack my cool idea, bro. Thanks.
well, I'm not sure what your idea is. I think it's just obvious that you were engaging in the conversation at least, and not deliberately trying to derail it into some stupid, mundane bullshit.
Yeah, that kind of goes without saying, right?
Fucking praise.
Yeah, but it doesn't. For you, perhaps, but the plenty of people in the chat,
I'm not looking at the
noticeably,
chat. I'm not thinking about the
and
chat.
plenty of people coming up on the panel
Jack's facial emotions
are
throughout the
deliberately coming up
conversation.
to detract the conversation and turn it into mundane bullshit.
I'm literally only talking about Jack, bro. And I'm literally the one who's saying the best ideas right now, putting them forward. What are you talking about? The chat?
Well,
Why?
actually, please,
Why are
Browns
we
Boy.
I mean, he's just not, this dude isn't on my team yet.
I
is
was
what I'm
just
saying.
talking
I
about
don't
the
see
thing we
his
were
value.
talking about before you came up on the panel.
This guy's going to take a year to see his value.
It's not quite as clear as it's been, as maybe you think it is, because I'm not following you clearly either, Browns Boy. I have an idea of what I think you're saying, but
Give me a second.
Jack, do you want to ask me a question?
He's saying, you know, the serious stuff that you're talking is impactful in people's lives, and the extra gibberish that comes along with all the other people that follow along in this thing, that stuff's all like, it's extra. It's all
No.
shit that matter. It's not important. The
Not what
important.
I'm saying at all. You're actually
Oh,
missing it entirely.
I'm off again. See, this guy's speaking an entirely different language. He's speaking like Egyptian or something, so I'm totally off the ball here.
I said I see value in Jack speaking to at events with groups that I can envision currently of 5 to 10,000 people for hundreds of dollars a night, at least.
Those are all new words.
That's what I said. What are you talking about? How is that hard to understand? Because you guys wanted to babble about crappy ideas for
Yeah, none of
20
those words
minutes
were in
after I
any of
left?
the stuff that you said before.
it was from a
What are you
while
talking
ago.
about? I had to reiterate it because then he just said, he explained he didn't hear it.
Yeah, well, count me double on that. My bad.
All right, Dennis, anyway, you're just helping out, bro.
Well, here, this is.
It didn't say that as far as I know. Like,
Yeah, me neither. I didn't hear that.
We can all improve on our clarity and on our
memory.
Well, mostly our clarity.
Praise God.
Clarity is
Praise
what
God.
a share understanding. So, Browns Boy, what you're saying, I appreciate it. I really do. It sounds like it's a real encouraging idea, and the possibilities are there. The past, though, the other side of that, though, is what you admitted. I believe there was a period where you were not seeing the value, and so it sounds like things are shifting, changing, and
I'm learning new perspectives from you. What do you want? What else do you want me to say?
Thank you. No, that's what I want to.
It's hard to explain for these guys, especially you got around you right now, the top two guys, at least.
Well, yes.
The top two tiptoes.
This experience is really is an interesting one, isn't it? Being here.
And I mean, I've been insulted every single day I've come on this panel or any other panel, and it's like, man, it's like it's defeating. It's defeating
Because
at
you're a
times. But I'll
bitch,
tell you
Boof.
what, Browns boy, you inspired me to be better. You inspired me to be better, sir.
Word. Praise God.
Dude, if that's true, that's a miracle.
I was thinking the same exact thing at the same time. Because he's clearly full of shit, but that's okay. Like, I don't need to feed into it and detract, you know?
Praise God.
I could just, yeah.
Who the fuck are you talking about?
Are you having a hard time keeping up?
Right.
Yeah. Seems like we're not the ones having a hard time keeping up.
Yeah, we're the dense ones, right, buddy?
Dude, I don't even know who you're talking to, but you sound stupid as fuck.
Okay, buddy.
Exactly.
Where's Rudy Giuliani? Where's Rudy?
That's how you have those conversations, you fucking bozo. You stupid as fuck, ignorant dude. You're ignorant as fuck, bro. People actually are trying to help this dude, and you're over here making jokes. You got this loser out of nowhere with a fake profile of his. Never mind. You guys are stupid. You guys are wasting your time. And you can claim I'm wasting my time, but as long as I'm learning and learning new perspectives, and I'm the one showing that and bringing that forth while you guys make fun of shit, then maybe it'll be seen by people who have an attention span of over 15 seconds.
Hey, you were trying to fool Jack. You were trying to do a little ha, and we caught you.
What? Can you please be
yeah.
specific instead of general like a child?
Yeah, Moose, you're off. You're off base. Please.
Jack, we caught him.
Go sit in the corner, bro. You put the dunce hat on. Your wife probably like put that ball gag back in your mouth. Whatever you got to do.
See, this is a routine, Jack.
He's not
Sure,
wrong.
this
I
is
don't
a
know who this guy
routine
is, but he
guy.
hasn't been
Either
wrong
that
so
or
far.
somebody who can't
I
control
can't find where he's wrong.
He's sitting there
Either
projecting.
that or a 14-year ear infection.
Yeah, I mean, you might have to go over there and help them out. Bring some clarity, brother.
Why are these people hating on
This
us?
is how you determine whether or not somebody belongs on the
servant's heart, I guess.
I
Tyler,
realize. Please hold on just a moment. Dennison, thank you.
Hard Fest 2024 is in full
I'm
swing.
asking you to check yourself. Moose, I'm asking you to check yourself.
I'm checking
The
myself.
past several minutes, it's been your show. You know, you've kind of ignored what's going on and just been engaging with your internal.
Oh, he's been trying to accuse me of having like terrible ideas and shit.
You're participating in it, brother. Okay. Jeez.
I can see you're struggling with this.
Well, my thought, there's a number of thoughts that I'm trying to work through at the same time. Part of it is, have I completed my duty? Have I fulfilled what I wanted to do? You know, and I think I did. I opened it up. I offered some encouragement. It was a little.
No, Jack, we still got a long way to go. We're trying to end wars and suffering, sir. The night never ends. You're the fucking purveyor of truth. You're the man with the mission, the man with the plan. We can't just stop.
But if I'm sitting here silently listening to you guys argue.
No, that's why I was shutting up, so you can finally monologue.
All right.
I was very serious about everything I said in a non-argumentative way. And I recognize that these guys did, for some reason, want to have backlash, which is okay. That's okay.
Now,
But like,
point
to
taken.
try to make it like personal when I'm actually trying to help, I'm gonna be like, yo, dude, I was actually trying to help. Like, why are you trying to be like that? That's all.
But Moose and everybody else, don't you think it'll be better a little bit to let our ego go and let Jack just speak about something so the chat can get some kind of, you know,
Isn't that what I just fucking said? You guys are dragging this dead horse on for two people. I mean, come on.
but
dude.
Moose, you're going back and forth. Like if you have like control over yourself, you would let it go. You know, like let it go. Just let it go. Take a long breath and let it go.
That, Tarek,
Exactly.
that like a little bit.
Moose,
right.
Shut up.
My goodness. Hi, Jack.
Hey, welcome, Timmy.
Thanks,
This
brother.
is making me hungry.
What's up? What's going on, Timmy? And Tarek, fuck you.
Hey, Moose, shut up. Actually, you know what? Thank you for joining, Moose. Have a good day, brother. I don't want to tell anyone what to do, but I'll kick your ass out of here. That's for sure.
Dumbass.
Tarek, there's another T-Rens in the back here, Tarek.
Man, Jack, I don't know how many fake Tareks are there, but I'm sure there's a lot of people triggered. And I pray for them. And I keep saying like I pray for them, and I get like Jeep Girl in the chat saying, "Stop saying you can't say that. Like you can't pray for somebody." Like that amazes me how somebody would say that when you wish good on people and pray for them.
Please be aware, though, that it can come across as kind of condescending, and I think that might be some of the feedback that people are offering you, Tarek.
Jack on point.
Okay.
Jack on point.
Okay, no, if it's coming off that way, I promise you, my intention from the bottom of my heart is if anybody's got any issues with me or anything like that, when I say I pray for you, I mean like let's have love in your heart. I hope you don't see it that way. You don't see me as a person that's trying to initiate anything that's not good or anything like that. I'm not like that. But if that's the case, I'll just say I'll wish whatever. I guess I'll be quiet.
Well, Tarek, admittedly, brother, the same advice we're offering to Moose, maybe that is the advice for ourselves, right? The advice we're offering to others is typically what we are supposed to hear. Hank, thank you for the contribution. Don't cupcake Timmy unless you want to.
Jack's on point so far. Jack's on point. You're on point, brother.
Hey, real quick, man, just so my message doesn't get drowned out by whatever kind of stuff happened earlier for no reason, in my opinion, in my eyes. But like, I actually did see more value in you recently for sure. Like I said, I don't know if it was the last few streams, or I don't know if it's because I had to go through certain learning things to understand certain value that I didn't see before. But I got 100% honest, dude. I see value, and I also said that because I'm not afraid to say that because I know that that's true, and that's what makes me kind of like laugh at people who would hate on that when someone's saying that they didn't see it before and they actually see it now. Not to dwell on it, I'm just saying like we all saw it, we all keep an eye out for it, but the purpose was to actually encourage people to see a little bit more value where they can. And I even gave out a little couple specifics, you know, like I wasn't trying to hate or anything, bro. Like that was some thought out stuff. So thank you for letting me see that and say that.
Thank you. If you're excuse me, I heard you say there may have been a shift you witnessed or you saw over the past few days, and I have been consciously making some changes, and part of the change I'm trying to make is to clean up, to tolerate less of the nonsense and the arrogance. So maybe it's working. Maybe it is helping the value come through, and logically it makes sense.
I gotta be honest with you. I think you gotta like want to see it. Because like I see, the thing is I see potential in everybody, dude. I really do, right? And that's where disappointments can kind of come in for me. Is when I'm like, oh, I see so, you know, and that's when people feel disappointed, whatever. The potential, there's just different scales of seeing value for sure. And like again, that's not even to take away from like you actually do speak well. And you hit a lot of good points. And the worst thing I'm going to say about you is you really don't really take no for an answer sometimes. So, and like, but like, listen, that's the key though, dude. Listen, and you guys think I'm fucking around. You guys can be stupid if you want. That's the key to some of my ideas that I've seen the value off or from what Jack has actually shown, not what I imagine at all. So you guys can pretend in your little game world that that's not real. And I don't know, you know, get the Neuralink. I think that's going to be cheap. You probably get a live without fear coupon code for a Neuralink, half off if you want. But if you don't actually see the value in what I was saying there, and maybe, okay, just take it into consideration.
Thank you. Life really is more simple than our minds want to accept. Nude Guru, the beautiful observation. Fundamentally, two types of focuses. Every moment we can choose. Pay attention. If you pay attention to your focus, you can identify, is this a healthy focus or an unhealthy focus? Is this a healthy attitude or an unhealthy attitude? Every moment is this choice. It really is this simple. That's what I've been learning. Each of us have the ability to overcomplicate our lives just ridiculously. And then while we overcomplicate our own lives, we usually run around making other people's lives more complicated as well. You know, because we want to feel normal. We want everyone to be like us, and we want to be like everyone else. So we just find what's What's the old adage? Situation normal, all fucked up. It's the ways of the world, it seems.
That's true, Jack. I agree.
Bro, I encourage everybody to seriously try to think of a little bit more value you could see in others and thus in yourself in the same way, where you might not know how it works, but like it really does help, or something along those, something like something you just haven't really thought before. And why not? Why not try to spend the time doing that instead of being like, oh, hey, pay the bridge troll. Like, I don't know, man. You definitely did teach me a different perspectives for sure. Which is it's. I didn't think I would say that, to be honest.
Well, thank you. What you offered is probably the way you found it. Trying to find the good, trying to see the good in others and ourselves. And the way to do that is really focus on time. Find the good in the experience each moment. And then focus on what is real beyond what is thought. Because there is a distinction, there is a difference. It's in the thought that we do find the meaning, but we create the meaning, but it's also in the thought where we find our discontent. So bringing it back to what you were saying, the practice of really consciously, intentionally seeking the good, it is such a simple yet extremely valuable practice.
And I was gonna say, man, like just something that correlates is they say Thomas Edison, they asked him like, oh, how did it feel to like fail so many times at making a light bulb and shit? And he was like, what do you mean? How did it feel? They're like, well, it must have sucked. You messed up 10,000 times in a row or something. And he's like, no, I just found 10,000 ways to not make a light bulb. Like,
that's it.
And yeah.
And Jack, you said something about time just now, and I battle with that as well. You seem to be really good at being in the moment, like right now, super peaceful, right? But I had the same. Sometimes I'm really good at that, but then, like you just said, I go into my thoughts, right, of the future, right, and I look at the other people and I want to make a difference, right, and then I go, oh shit. I want to, like, part of me goes, oh, you need to go faster, right? So, and that's where resistance comes up, and where I'm not in flow anymore. But like, I see you the same way. Sometimes I see you get frustrated, like other people aren't like, moving fast enough to, to get the job done, if you will, to like see the vision, for lack of a better phrase, right? But what has helped me is like I gotta detach from that, and just like make the next move, right? Like today, in the direction, and actually enjoy the process. And once I do that, like other people seem to gravitate towards me like a magnet, and it seems to work better.
Yes.
It's hard though. It's hard.
It is until we get the rhythm. It's hard until we get the rhythm. But the idea of persevering, and you said a bunch of great ideas, focusing on the journey, right? Detaching from that sense of urgency, because that sense of urgency, it can destroy our fun. And the idea is to have fun with the journey. And the journey should be to fulfill our goals, to grow into greater achievements and fulfillments.
That's living without fear, right? Like that's true faith, is knowing that the outcome, that you're going to get there, or like God wanted something else, if you want to put it that way. Like I'm either going to get the goal, like I'm either going to realize the vision, or I'm going to grow along the way anyway. So it's a win-win. But when I get stressed along the way and try to go faster and try to force things, that's when resistance happens and mistakes are made and disagreements come up. You're muted, brother.
I did. Speaking of disagreements, I should probably address a disagreement I continued. Flow state, you've been blocked. Feel free to leave. You're not welcome in my life. I shared that with you. I asked you politely in a couple of different ways. You're not showing me change, so feel free to please leave. You're blocked, and I don't need you around anymore. So, I lost track of where you were at, Timmy. You were talking about well, fulfillment and moving forward.
Yeah.
Part of that, what you said too, you said something about when you can get into the flow, that's when the people start showing up.
Yeah.
I trust in that. I do trust in that. Maybe I've been praying and hoping that people showing up was part of that. And it is happening. It's just not been happening the way I thought it would.
It usually doesn't, man. I mean, in my experience, it rarely, like, and that's, to me, that's the fun of life. Like, I think it's our role to, like, if we have a desire, I'll speak for myself. Like, if I have a desire, I believe the word is from desire, or desire, of Father. So I think a desire is implanted in us from the one above. And it's telling us basically that you can experience that, you can embody that if you just hold the faith to that. So that's a signal basically saying that you can experience that and have that that journey, but you're not supposed to know how. Like, that's the fun, because in my opinion, it would be fucking boring if there was no time and space. Because, like, if you're just in heaven and you just, like, want a Lamborghini, you just snap your fingers and a Lamborghini just appears in front of you. Like, there's no, the mystery is gone, right? So it's much more interesting, I think, that you go through a journey to get and be and do the things that we want to do.
You know what? I kind of view it in a small, like, just kind of quickly. I tend to get off balance, but I kind of attributed it today as different lenses. Like, oh, you just need to acquire this lens, and then you can see this portion of this. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it there because I just thought of it today.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of agree with Timmy. I would think heaven would be boring because you just have the thing you want allegedly without any effort. So that's kind of like the first heaven. That reminds me of like the first Matrix and the Matrix movies, and that didn't work. So subscribe makes it anti-fragile.
Yeah, anti-fragile. That's a perfect word. That was a good book. Like, and it's funny because you see. That's what the quote unquote the system does. Like, it's always trying to force, and like it's trying to force everything to happen its way, and it's trying to copycat what spirit does kind of automatically. And that's the mystery. And if you hold the faith, then like it's not my job to figure out all the hows, because then I go around like you look at the Sopranos. Like, if one tries to be Tony Soprano and micromanage every little small thing in their lives, like, that's exhausting, and that's not living with faith. So I know it's not the best example, but it's one way I think of it.
Yeah, and like software is like an analog for spirit, like a physical analog for the spiritual world that exists as a pattern of bits. on storage media. That's right.
I lost track of the conversation, I'll be honest. um, this ego of man, it is the deceiver. Our egos, that's where our confusion comes from. That's where our fears come from. It's from the beliefs, the thought patterns of who we are.
Yes, but if you didn't have ego, you'd literally be a zombie. You wouldn't be able to think and do stuff.
I disagree. Well, actually, no, let me not disagree, because you're right. The ego is part of us, but the ego can become mastered. And when we don't master our ego, when we don't know who we are, the ego will control. It is deceptive. It is, well, I consider the ego to be the Antichrist patterns that are within us. We get to choose. Light and dark, we're duality. We have free will. We can be good or ungood, true or untrue, loving or unloving. It's that simple. We get to choose every single moment what we offer and what the world means. We choose both of those things. That's what I know.
Yeah, but I have to have the faith to trust that God made Antichrist for a good reason. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist.
I don't know. I do feel like this is a good time to shut down. I don't mean to do that mid-topic, and you just showed up, Hank. I appreciate you joining, but and I think that's Butthole Winkler in the back. You're not coming up.
Hey, can I just say my thing real quick?
Please.
Thank you. All right, man. Like I said, everything I said in here, if you don't believe anything I said in here, go play it back however many times you need to stop hating it and understand what I'm saying to you. It's just not about you. It's not about you. It's about everyone. Understanding. And I'm sorry, but yeah. I just think that I forgot what I was gonna say. This was my first closing statement I've ever tried. So I did a best man speech one time, and there's like a legend that like mushrooms were involved. I remember making everyone laugh one time like really hard, and then I think I just like lost it. I think I just like zoned out for like a minute.
Are you on mushrooms right now?
There is always mushroom for improvement, my friend.
I see.
No, you don't. But you will.
Okay.
Oh, okay. As far as ideas, dude. You know how it is. You know how it is spending time on ideas and stuff, and like having them sometimes not happen or whatever. I'm not even that good organizing ideas, but everything I said stands. People can come up with. I see ideas. I don't know if you would like them, but I'm just saying. At the end of the day, ideas come from value, and I did see a value that I did not think that I would see. And it's because you showed me almost so many different perspectives.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. All right. Anything else? Ready? I am ready to wrap her up. Thank you, brother.
Jack, choose faith, brother. Later, man.
Sydney, thank you, my
Peace.
friend. Much love. And well, Denizen, thank you. Blessings to all of you. That flowed pretty quick. The way out. Thank you, brothers. Thank you to all who joined the panel, all who shared your time, your attention here on the panel, in the chat. And if you tune in later, God bless you. Thank you as well. I hope value has been received today. Well, for those who saw it from the beginning, I confessed. I was pushing myself a little bit because I wasn't motivated. I wasn't filled with inspiration. God wasn't leading my heart with excitement today. But I imagined. I remembered and I imagined the people who care, the people who do receive. And Brown's boy, your testimony and your offerings today were well received within my heart. Okay, that maybe was confirmation that my pushing through, my desire to care, my willingness to be uncomfortable with myself just for the hope and the possibility of helping someone else feel more comfortable today. Well, that's why I do what I do. And I'm glad to see some results. And brothers and sisters, I hope you find some results. I hope you feel a little bit of peace within you. And sincerely, all of you who have been, all of you who are, and all of you who will be, sincerely, thank you. Thank you for what you are in this experience I am having. Here, let's come back and just to real briefly swing back to the topic of the idea today, the stream. Happy Monday, right? If you want to lift yourself up, lift up someone else. And how do you lift yourself up? How do you lift up someone else? What is the true essence of you and someone else? It's your feelings. Your feelings and your wisdom. Raise the truth, raise the love, raise your compassion, elevate that which is good, and then you will raise up. You will raise your standards, you'll raise your spirits. And as you bring forth the good and offer the good for others, man, we're here to raise each other up, not put each other down, not tear each other down and drag each other down and stomp and kick on each other when we're down. That's a bunch of evil nonsense. I don't remember kicking people when they were down. I really don't. But I see it happening all over the place. And if that's you, if you find joy, if you have found joy in kicking someone when you were down, when they were down, maybe it's because you've got memories of that. Maybe someone kicked you when you were down. And maybe that's why you're doing it to someone else. But here, I've said this before, and I'm going to repeat it once again, then we'll wrap this up. To raise the truth, to raise the love, to elevate that which is good, God is good. The good is abundant. Okay? God's goodness is abundant. I tell you, it's just a matter of finding it. And the finding it, the game is in your mind. The way to control your mind. Well, I can't answer that for you. I know how I learned how to control my mind. If you have interest in learning how to know you a little better, if you have interest in understanding how you might be able to clear out some of the clutter in your mind so you can feel peace and joy in your heart, and maybe even a little confidence to move forward in your efforts to raise the spirits in the world around you, if you have interest in what I offer, and you don't want to deal with the craziness of the crowd or the interruptions and distractions of others, please feel free to reach out. I am actually a pretty nice guy. I might snap at people on
coworker's
occasion,
wife
but I
and
don't
child.
bite. I really don't hurt
Ask
people.
everyone who's been on
And I
panel
do
with him for a year now.
I do care about people's feelings. I care about the truth more than people's feelings, though. And I know for a fact that when people put down their bad
You
feelings,
care more about your truth than others' feelings.
unpleasant feelings, I know when I put down my unpleasant feelings, it allows me to pick up better feelings. And I know I can help others do the same thing. So, brothers and sisters, if you can believe that I can do it, then you can do it.
You can't do it. You're squatting in a house. Jennifer's
just
eating
like
and she
me,
just
maybe
kicked
you're
her head
better
up.
than me.
He hasn't
You know
done
you're
it.
better than me.
So how can we
I don't know
believe
you
that
at
you
all.
can do it and others can do it when you haven't
know
done
the
it?
love that is within you.
You're squatting in a house,
It's the same
rambling
love
online
that's offered to
about
me.
love and hate while
It's the
telling people to
same
get out of their
love that's
ego when they have to
available
be in their
from
ego
me.
to
It's from
perceive
our
love and hate to
Creator.
begin with.
The wonderful goodness, greatness of our God, our Creator. The truth is amazing. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you again sincerely. Please do the subscription thing, hit the notification bell, and we'll see what the future
I'm being
brings,
coy.
because I do not know.
Do the thing,
I do
guys.
not know what I do
Yeah.
not know. And brothers and sisters, I do know I love you. I love life. I love living. And I hope you can take some of that
Guys,
with
I'm a
you.
pretty
Share
nice
your
guy,
love of life
right?
and your love of living with those around
Guys,
you.
I'm really
And we'll
nice.
create a better world together. With
To
that,
know me
thank
is
you
to hate
again.
me, but I'm really
Sincerely,
nice.
choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear.
Live without
God
fear.
bless us all.
God bless us all. I'm gonna brand every fucking thing in my life because I'm a completely disingenuous, inauthentic male. I'm gonna brand everything. Do a robotic outro with no sentiment or meaning. God bless us all, everyone. Live without fear. All right, folks, let's go. Final words. Daddy's got to close up shop. You know what time it is. Got enough insanity for one day, for a lifetime, some might argue. So, going once, twice, 3 times a lady. Let's go, people. Someone's going to come. I know Sean's going to come up. Always count on him. Penile right at the end. Slavecot's going to like stumble over here after his fucking ridiculous outro. He's Photoshop doing things. There's Jack not climbing a mountain. That's someone else with his head on it. There's Jack not skiing. That's someone else with his head on them. Look, now Penile Power is going to go, just give me a second. Wait. He wants me to wait around for him to come up here and waste my time. Incredible. Fluffer.
Guys.
Is it true that Rose is like mocking herself and her platform and Crow even more desperate for validation?
My time, wasting my
Why are you doing this? Why are you what does that have to do with what I'm doing? You're desperate to be seen and heard, another one who wants to be validated. I told you had a good singing voice and you haven't stopped singing since. Your one trick pony. How about doing a broadcast?
I don't know if you
that
noticed,
makes
but I
some
don't even
fucking
really
sense.
do karaoke anymore. I got people asking me to do it all the time, but I don't even remember the last time I did it. So
Oh, we got retard for 300. Red 41 retard for 300.
it's conspiratard, asshole.
Okay, name a involuntary celibate man who sits online all day, and of course, don't make me the answer, right? I'm the host, so I can't be the answer. Who's an involuntary celibate man who sits online all day, has a bizarre shaped head, a sister that looks just like him, won't work, but is still getting a little bit better at broadcasting? You know, the host says it's getting a little bit better because the host saw him last night. It's getting a little bit better. I'm seeing something. Something's coming out of the dust. What is penile power? Yes, that's right. I kind of let him there.
What is penile power for 6,900? 6,969?
Today's daily double tard. Double the retardation.
Right. So I'll be honest, I just got back. I was gone for like an hour and a half at least. So I totally missed the whole thing. Was it a Talcadian loop? What happened? I literally just got back.
I don't even know, bro. I really don't. I'll see you later, all right?
All right.
Shutting it down.
Anyway, much love, brothers and sisters. And fuck you.
All right, fuck you. Kid, what am I going to do with that kid? All right, folks, get back to whatever it is your life is looking like nowadays. I'm sure it's not great. Hopefully it's not as bad as Jack Talcott or mine, quite frankly, because I'm here with him and others. Hopefully you got more going on. That's what I'm wishing for you people out there. YouTube land. Pino, you're back? What's the deal, bro?
So what did I miss though? Did I miss anything? Like, do I need to go back and watch anything? Is it worth
Come
it?
on, man. It's the same shit every day. You act like we don't do the same fucking shit pretty much
Well,
every
I don't
day
know
to the point where
how long
it's
were you in
like
the
insanity.
And
It's mad.
appreciate it. And if it continues, hey, dumbass.
Much alike.
Hey, you know what?
I don't know what you want from me,
continue
Pino.
your
I pulled up
games.
a
You can
video.
either
I asked you what your
grow up,
fucking deal was. You can either grow up.
I'm trying to
get the
cooperate
job
with
at
you.
Applebee's.
I went and
I'm
pulled the
trying-
video up. I'm
Video.
trying, asking you,
Saw it.
what are you
Asked
looking
you what your
for?
deal
What
was.
is your deal? Dude, you're missing the point of what is actually happening here today.
What is a needy child, Alex? What's your wager, sir?
This is Talk Fest. Starring Peanut Fluffer and Jack Slavecock. Living without fear. All right, seriously, get the fuck out. Come on, go hang out with Slow State or one of these other loser failures who's going to be up to 4 a.m, desperately trying to escape their life in the next day. Come on.
Did you cover any breaking slave news or?
Nah, I'm over it lately. All right,
I mean,
maybe
it's
tomorrow.
Not in the title. It's not in the title.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. It's not in the title, right? Because I didn't plan on it.
So Christo said I missed an O-shaped freak out, but I'm pretty sure I.
All right, I'll see you later. That's great stuff. All right, guys, I come here every day. It's pure insanity, thousands of hours a year. I don't know how I'm still not completely insane, but we'll get there, I'm sure. All right, thank Peanut Fluffer for being here. He's an amazing man / boy, an amazing broadcaster / fraudcaster. He's pretty much horrible at everything he does, but we're going to wish him getting well soon and getting better and doing better and having better. We're inspiring today. We're lifting up, right? We're lifting him up. He's in the back flashing insanely back and forth flashing. I don't know what that is. He's putting on for his 3 people over there in his stream right now. All right, seriously. I'm out of here. I'm done. I can't take anymore. I love you, Sean, but you got to go. I got to go. You can hang out in the back and do whatever it is you do. I'm just going to leave.
Me, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. So say good night to the black guy. Go on. The last time you're gonna see a black guy like this again.
The Great Reset's happening. So when you get all your pretty and nice shit taken away and your bullshit job that leads to nowhere, and you're forced back on the land and have to be self-sustainable and co-creative and work with what is, this talk about your feelings and your ego is going to go right out the window because the God and the elements and nature are going to present what needs to happen next. 9 out of 10 times. That's the difference between me and you. I got it in me, not on me, just like you do. I'm trying to work it out, bring the subconscious to the conscious and figure out who and what I am. Am I good or evil? Am I real and true? Am I a narcissistic, egotistical deceiver? That's the difference. I'm actually authentically trying to work it out while you lie to everyone and project your negative aspects of self onto me, and I don't appreciate it. And the universe don't appreciate it either. And the students of life in this audience don't appreciate it either. This isn't about love and money. This isn't about chasing bags or anything else in and of the world. This is about the philosophy, right? The love of knowledge, the love of wisdom, the love of understanding of self and applying it to actualize and realize and get better results for yourself and everyone else. I thought that's what we were doing here. So let's get the game back in its proper perspective. The motherfucker doing this shit shouldn't have to talk about it because you folks want to lie on it. It's embarrassing to me.
I didn't come on here with the intention of the understanding that this is supposed to be for business or a hobby. That's why I show up the way I do 500 days straight. That's why I have a care in my heart with passion. That's why I do what's true and what's right and see through you motherfuckers and get amazing results for me. We can't allow the generalized experience of life and everything it has to offer, good, bad, and indifferent, to hold us back or keep us paralyzed or keep us fearful or self-doubting or unloving or uncaring of ourselves. How do I know? Because I look into me. That's all this is. I can see further than the rest. I can interpret beyond what's told and shown, and I can amalgamate and communicate the cause and effect and the root of the state of consciousness and awareness. That is a astounding testimony to the work that I've done on myself in this world and in this life, and the practices I've walked with other people. The question and answer, the fellowship, the co-creational endeavors, and the conversation that leads to understanding. But again, we can't appeal to false emotions and false authority. That is the cornerstone of cognitive dissonance. You can't say that I'm respectable, righteous, honorable, presentable, and then I have balls and then turn around and hate me or catch feelings over me, be in that and live in that when you don't like it or when it doesn't turn out as favorably for you as you would have hoped or expected, right? That's the theme of a true common bond that goes long term versus the shallow materialistic worldly connections that come in. Yeah, it is what it is. Some people are down forever. Some people are down for the ride until they got to get off, right? And some people ain't down at all. So through the life experiences, firsthand experiences, through the tests and challenges, you learn more and more who and what is meant for you and who or what is probably not going to be able to sustain the ride. And that's okay.
God of all media.